instance that he referred to this morning. I've just been informed, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House will be with our colleague from Washington and Gateshead. And Mr Speaker, I know how seriously you take the safety and security of members of this House, and I think particularly in light of international events and the tragic loss of colleagues, this all the more underlines why we must have security and safety to go about democratic debate in this country, whatever our views, in a safe and secure way. Mr Speaker, I thank him for his comments on the decision. As I said, this is a decision that has been taken by the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, and Lord Mandelson has resigned. He asks about the processes. Of course, any candidates for ambassador positions are subject to routine extensive vetting and background checks as a matter of course, and I would point him to the formal processes outlined in the Diplomatic Service Code, which highlights the robust security clearance and vetting process that all members of the diplomatic service undergo.
Helen Maguire, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Firstly, our thoughts are also with the friends and families of the victims of 9/11, and I'd also firstly like to express my regret and sadness of the murder of Charlie Kirk, and I also hope that the staff and MP for Gateshead South are all okay following the incident at her office. Absolutely no place in society. Tasked with overseeing the UK's relationship with Trump, the accusations surrounding Lord Mandelson cast a damning shadow. So it's right the Prime Minister has withdrawn his support for Lord Mandelson. Yesterday, the Prime Minister stood by Lord Mandelson's appointment to confirm that rigorous background checks had taken place. So what has changed since then? There remain questions over what the government knew and when about Lord Mandelson's relationship with the sex offender, whom he previously described as his best pal. Did he resign or was he sacked? It's vital that the Civil Service Commission now investigates whether the Ambassador broke the Diplomatic Service Code by failing to come clean over these revelations sooner. Was the vetting process pushed through too fast? So will the Minister today confirm that an investigation will take place so that no such incidents can happen again? Reports have also surfaced that the Cabinet Office suppressed the relationship following a memo about Mandelson's relationship because it could compromise relations with the US. Will the Minister confirm if this was the case?
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank her for her remarks regarding our honourable friend, and again, I would just underline the importance of us all being able to go about our roles in a safe and secure way, whatever our political views and our beliefs. And I think in light of international events, particularly in the United States, that should be all at the forefront of our minds today. I've been very clear, Mr Speaker, in light of the additional information in emails written by Lord Mandelson. The Prime Minister asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador. That is very clear. The decision was taken by the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, and those emails show that the depth and the extent of the relationship is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I associate myself with the comments about our condolences and concerns for our member for Washington and Gateshead? Can I also thank the Minister for his statement and confirm that I too am disgusted and appalled by the actions of Epstein, and my thoughts are with the victims of his crimes. Can the Minister confirm that we have an excellent Deputy Ambassador in Washington who will ensure that our mission continues and next week's visit will go ahead?
Well, Mr Speaker, we have an excellent team overall in British Embassy Washington, and indeed I pay tribute to the work of all of our diplomatic service colleagues across the world, and they do an excellent job representing this country, ensuring that our security and prosperity is at the forefront of their work, and of course in our relationship with the United States in particular, that is crucially important. Our special relationship, our unique security partnership. I'll be at the United States Embassy later on today, and it's our closest and most important relationship. So I agree with him that there is a very excellent team in British Embassy Washington.
For the House, Edward Lee.
Obviously, this is a very sad day for the United States with 9/11 and the assassination last night. Now, this is such a crucial relationship with us with the upcoming state visit, and this is a dark cloud over this. So, will he forgive me, the Minister, I just give him some gentle advice? In my experience of these scandals, the cover-up and the lack of due process and the allegations of cronyism are much more serious than any original offence or alleged offence. So will the Minister ensure that every single document is released post-haste about the process, including this issue about the meeting that Mandelson requested with Prime Minister Blair over Epstein? So we need everything released straight away, move on and get a new ambassador.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he is absolutely right about the importance of our relationship with the United States and the upcoming state visit. Very important. We've got an extensive team working on that, and His Majesty the King is obviously very much looking forward to welcoming President Trump, and of course many officials working diligently day and night to ensure that visit is a success. I'm not going to get into the individual issues and claims that he makes, but what I will say is that this is a decisive decision, and in light of the additional information in emails written by Lord Mandelson, the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador.
Kim Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to offer my support to my honourable friend, the member for Washington and Gateshead. This incident follows a number of incidents that she's experienced this week, and it's out of order. I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement, and I'm really pleased that he has been sacked. But I'd like to know what due diligence was undertaken prior to his appointment, when everybody knew about his relationship with Epstein before his appointment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've made very clear, it was in light of additional information in emails written by Lord Mandelson that the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador, and in particular Lord Mandelson's suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged as new information. And again, I know my honourable friend well. I know that her thoughts and the thoughts of all of us will be with Epstein's victims and the appalling crimes that he committed.
Sir David Davis.
I think the House needs to understand the sheer size of the failure of the vetting process here. In the public domain, Lord Mandelson had to resign for not telling the truth about an interest-free loan. He had to resign because he had, on a second occasion, because he had helped out a business friend to get a passport. Beyond that, there are still unresolved doubts about his behaviour as the European Trade Commissioner when he gave concessions to the Russians, which helped his other dubious close friend, Mr. Deripaska. But on the positive vetting process, when he came to be a minister again, in 2010, the code, Section 7.1, says ministers must ensure that no conflict arises or could reasonably be perceived to arise between their public duties and their private interests, financial or otherwise. Secretaries of State don't have private diaries. He spent time with or in Mr. Epstein's flat, it seems quietly meeting other members of the people involved in the Sempra deal, which cannot be seen to have been following his proper duties as Secretary of State. Was this investigated? Because it was in the government documents. It doesn't have to be a private email he sees. Was this investigated, and was it made a judgment on?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, and he asks specifically about vetting, all candidates for ambassador positions are subject to routine extensive vetting and background checks as a matter of course, and I would point him to the formal process outlined in the Diplomatic Service Code, which highlights the robust security clearance and vetting process which all members of the diplomatic service undergo. But again, I would point out that in light of additional information in emails written by Lord Mandelson, the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw Lord Mandelson as ambassador to the United States.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the Minister's utter condemnation of all the horrendous crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. Does he agree that the government, as soon as this new information came to light, did take decisive action very swiftly, which is different from the party opposite when they were in government, when they had serious misgivings? It was actually the independent ethics advisor that ended up resigning.
Well, I do agree with my honourable friend that this is decisive action. The Prime Minister has acted in light of that additional information, the Foreign Secretary has acted, and Lord Mandelson has been withdrawn as ambassador to Washington.
Stephen Flynn.
I'm sure the Minister's delighted that he's not had to shred his own reputation like his ministerial and cabinet colleagues have had to do on the broadcast rounds over the course of recent days, including, of course, this morning trying to defend Lord Mandelson and the lack of judgment shown by the Prime Minister. I don't know what it is about the decades of scandals and being best friends with a notorious child trafficker and paedophile which should have got some alarm bells ringing in Number 10 before this decision was taken. But if I listened correctly, the Minister did not confirm to the Father of the House that all materials relevant to this would be published. Did the Prime Minister know about these emails prior to standing up in that dispatch box just yesterday to say he had confidence in Mr Mandelson? And does he retain the Labour whip in the House of Lords?
Well, Mr Speaker, what I can commit to, and indeed other honourable members and right honourable members asking questions, is we will keep the House updated on these matters. That decisive decision has been made, and as I've been very, very clear, all candidates are subject to routine, extensive vetting and background checks. As a matter of course, the Prime Minister, in light of the additional information, has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador to Washington, and in particular, that additional information, the emails show that the depth and the extent of Lord Mandelson relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment. But where I do agree with him, of course, is on the appalling crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein, that the thoughts of all of us are with his victims, as they are every day, Mr Speaker.
Andrew Pett.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I first associate the comments others made about the disgusting crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. Also, 24 years ago today, I was sat in the TUC Congress as a delegate when awareness of what happened on 9/11 had just come. So can I also put on record my tribute to the first responders and public service workers in New York who came to the aid of people, many of whom are still paying the price of that today. A lot has changed in politics since then. In those 24 years, one of the motivations that got me into public life was around accountability and the lack of accountability we saw from senior ministers when the party opposite were in government, and their failure to resign when scandals came up and the failure of front benchers to take action. So can I welcome the swift action this government has taken now new information has come to light? Can the Minister assure us that lessons will be learnt, and if these things arise again, this government will hold up the highest standards and take the action needed to protect public life?
Well, Mr Speaker, I can absolutely assure him of that, and this is decisive action. And Mr Speaker, you know, he references his time during the September 11th attacks, and I think we all remember where we were on that fateful day and that tragic day, and that's why we remember the victims, particularly today on that anniversary.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I just point out that it was as plain as day after the exchanges between the Prime Minister and my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition yesterday, that Lord Mandelson couldn't possibly carry on in his role. So why did the Prime Minister delay, or did he have to wait and be told what to do by Morgan McSweeney? And who is going to be the new ambassador, and how quickly is the new ambassador going to be appointed at this absolutely critical time when Russia is testing the very defences of NATO countries, and we are showing such a weak response?
Well, Mr Speaker, he will know, having, I'm sure, visited our embassy in Washington on many occasions, that we have an excellent, dedicated team there, including also, of course, in King Charles Street in the Foreign Office here in London. And they're working on many, many aspects of that crucial security, defence and economic relationship. We are preparing for the state visit, and they're working diligently in that regard, and I commend them for that work. But he asked about new information, and I've been very, very clear, Mr Speaker, in light of the additional information in emails written by Lord Mandelson. The Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador, and I've gone into the particular items, and of course, in light of that and mindful of the victims of Epstein's crimes, he has been withdrawn as ambassador with immediate effect.
Whereas, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister has acted swiftly and decisively. What a contrast with the party opposite. I note the shadow Foreign Secretary is not in the House today. What happened when she broke the ministerial code? The Conservatives promoted her. Does the Minister agree with me that we will not take lectures on ethics from the party opposite?
Well, Mr Speaker, I've been very, very clear that the Prime Minister has acted decisively on this matter, and in light of that additional information, the Prime Minister asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw Lord Mandelson as ambassador to Washington. That is decisive action. That is responding to that information, and I've explained the reasons for it.
Can I just say to one member, when he's mentioning another, I presume he has contacted to let them know that he's going to mention them. Is that the case? I'm sorry, but please do not do that again. We're meant to be treating each other with respect, and what I would say is, please, and it's a message to all members, if you're going to mention somebody, give the courtesy of ensuring the member is aware. Richard Ford.
Mr Speaker, on the Foreign Affairs Committee, we have seen the high calibre of career diplomats who usually take up the most senior ambassadorial appointments. So it's not obvious to me why the British ambassador to the United States was a former MP. In the emails that have leaked overnight, it seems like Lord Mandelson thinks that to govern is to schmooze. Lord Mandelson famously declared in an election victory speech that he was a fighter and not a quitter, yet Lord Mandelson urged the convicted paedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, that to fight for early release was the right thing. And Lord Mandelson did not do the decent thing and quit. Does the Minister regret the original appointment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, he asked about precedent. He will know, of course, there is precedent, but of course, he will also know we do have absolutely excellent ambassadors and high commissioners around the world, and he and I have met many of them directly together, representing this country and doing that absolutely diligently. I've been very clear, Mr. Speaker, in light of the additional information and emails written by Lord Mandelson, the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador, and in particular, Lord Mandelson's suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged is new information, and the emails show that the depth and extent of Lord Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment.
Sir Roger Gay.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister's a decent man and the whole House knows that the business of the House was delayed while he had to hurriedly rewrite the speech that he was expected to make. But he's stretching the bounds of credibility too far. Yesterday, the Prime Minister told this House that he had full confidence in a man who befriended the most vilest of convicted paedophiles. He should not have been appointed in the first place. That was a gross error of judgment, and everybody in this House knows it, and the Prime Minister has to take responsibility. But now that he's gone, will there be a Cabinet Office inquiry into the manner in which Mandelson, while a government minister, was negotiating with the convicted paedophile?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, you'll understand why from the dispatch box I'm not going to comment on his last remarks, but what I will say is that the Prime Minister has acted decisively in light of this new information, and he has taken that decision to ask the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador. And I would say, again, for the House's information, in particular, the suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged is new information. The emails show that the depth of the relationship and the extent of the relationship was materially different from that known at the time of his appointment. And I think, again, Mr. Speaker, in light of that and mindful of the victims of Epstein's crimes, he has been withdrawn as ambassador with immediate effect.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the idea that our country should be represented in America or on the world stage by somebody who is trying to get a paedophile out of prison early will fill us all completely with revulsion. But I wonder if the Minister could be clearer. He's used the terms the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw the ambassador. He said the PM made the decision, but he's also said in this speech that Mandelson resigned. So could he be clear in simple terms? Did he resign or was he sacked?
Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I've been very, very clear. The Prime Minister asked him to ask the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador. That is the process. He is no longer in his position. But what I will agree with her is our absolute revulsion across this House at Jeffrey Epstein's crimes.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I concur with the comments about Charlie Kirk, which the Minister made at the beginning. It shows the dangers, I think, that anybody who's brave enough to put themselves up for public service and try and change the world for the better, they risk those. They face those risks. Can I ask the Minister to first of all give us a reassurance that we will have total transparency on the process that was followed in the ambassadorial appointment? Number one. Number two, can the Minister please explain to the House, assuming we get over that hurdle, why the appointment of a man who described President Trump as a danger to the world, who the Americans described as an absolute moron, who has close links with China, and who has a history of misfeasance in public office, why was he the right appointment to make to the relationship with the most important and powerful country in the world, and a relationship which is essential to this country?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I refer firstly to his first comments, and he and I fundamentally disagree on many different issues, but we know that we conduct our robust debate in this House and in our media and in our political society, and we don't engage in any form of political violence. And what has happened in the United States over the last 24 hours is simply appalling. And again, our thoughts are with all of Charlie Kirk's family and friends. And, you know, as somebody who worked very closely with both our late colleagues, Joe Cox and David Amos, I think it shocked me to the core, it shocked all of us to the core, and it can never be acceptable. He asked about the processes. I've been very clear, Mr. Speaker, all candidates for ambassador positions are subject to extensive vetting and background checks as a matter of course, and I'd refer him to that formal process outlined in the Diplomatic Service Code. But what I can assure him, Mr. Speaker, is that we will keep the House updated on these matters.
Gagan Mahendra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the whole House is welcoming of the withdrawal of Lord Mandelson as head of mission, can the Minister confirm whether Lord Mandelson is still being paid as a civil servant?
My understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that he's still an employee. Proper employment processes take place, but I will write to him and confirm an answer to that question. He's been asked to withdraw as ambassador, obviously, in recent times. I will come back to him with a very detailed answer on that. I don't want in any way, inadvertently, Mr. Speaker, to mislead the House on an important matter.
Tom Gold.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that there's a broad consensus from the whole House. This felt like it was a question of when, not if. So I would ask the Minister, during that extended vetting procedure, was there ever any interference or pressure from either Number 10 or the Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, he will know. I simply am not going to go into vetting procedures. They're conducted independently, and certainly he can look at the details of how vetting processes are undertaken in that Diplomatic Service Code, which outline the process.
Sir Gavin Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Diplomatic Service Code states that diplomats' behaviour, action or inaction must not significantly disrupt or damage the performance or reputation of a diplomatic service. It also states that diplomats must set out the facts and relevant issues truthfully and correct any errors as soon as possible. In light of this, did Lord Mandelson set out how many payments he had received by the sanctioned Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska, even to accounts in this country, Switzerland or other areas? And has there been a situation where there's been one set of rules for civil servants and another set of rules for friends of the Prime Minister and Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, Mr. Speaker, his question in essence to the right honourable gentleman gets to the essence of the decision that's been taken. In light of additional information in emails written by Lord Mandelson, the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador to the United States. The emails show the depth and the extent of the relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment, and in particular, Lord Mandelson's suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged is new information. He's well aware of the procedures, and of course he knows that I don't have the documents relating to the vetting process in front of me.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. You've caught me unawares there. Can I, on behalf of my party, convey my support to the Honourable Lady for Washington on what's happened to her? I think it's very much in our thoughts, and I was in her company yesterday. Also, on behalf of my party, can I also express deep sadness at the assassination of Charlie Kirk, a 31 Conservative influencer who engaged with young people across the United States of America. I know he's in heaven. Do pray for his wife and children. I think we should all do that. At times like this, it is essential that we have an ambassador in place to convey our sincere sympathy with our allies. The removal of Peter Mandelson is to be welcomed. He should never have been there in the first place, in my humble opinion. Does the Minister believe it is imperative we have an ambassador in place, and that that ambassador must have adequate history and qualifications rather than the jobs for the boys mentality? And further, what changes will the Minister make in the appointment process to restore confidence in that very role? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is rightly known as one of the kindest and most generous members of this House, and again I thank him for his comments about our honourable friend and the attack that she's endured this morning. And again, I wholeheartedly agree with his comments in relation to Charlie Kirk. He can be assured that we are already conveying our condolences to the United States, and of course I expect to be with the United States Ambassador to London later on today, where I'll be able to do that in person. He will know from a practical point of view that of course there are many posts where We, for periods of time, have ambassadors or high commissioners vacant. We have excellent teams who do the job. And of course, when ambassadors and high commissioners are travelling, there is a team in post able to represent this country and ensure our interests are maintained. And that is exactly what will happen in this case.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Mr. Speaker, this is about the Prime Minister's judgment. By Mandelson's own admission, he said there's more very embarrassing information coming. So the Prime Minister could have come to the House yesterday and said, I will suspend pending further investigation. But he didn't. He backed him. So on the back of that, can the Prime Minister be 100% sure that in any trade deals or any negotiations that Mr. Mandelson has not been compromised by the information that has now come forward? And will he commit to investigate that?
Very good. Well, Mr. Speaker, again, I bring him back to the fundamental point here, which is in light of the additional information and emails written by Lord Mandelson, the Prime Minister asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador.
Oliver.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the words the Minister said about 9/11 and the untimely and tragic death of Charlie Kirk? Yesterday it was reported that in 2008 Lord Mandelson emailed Epstein and said that the conviction that happened to him in the United States, I quote, could not happen in Britain, but also encouraged Epstein to go for early release. Mr. Speaker, the whole House can see that the Prime Minister has an issue when it comes to judgment and only acting when he's pushed by events in this House. But will there be an investigation into Lord Mandelson's meetings while he was ambassador to see if they bear any relation or any interference on his current business interests? Will this government remove the whip from him in the House of Lords, yes or no? And will Lord Mandelson be entitled to severance pay once this action and this sacking has happened?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the question about the whip, as an FCDO employee, Lord Mandelson was on a leave of absence from the other place. So that's very clear. As I said, Mr. Speaker, the emails show that the depth and the extent of Lord Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment, and in particular his suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged as new information, and that is why the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador to Washington.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had behind process yesterday. The Minister is doing the same today. Did the Prime Minister know about these messages before Prime Minister's questions yesterday?
Mr. Speaker, I'm of course updating the House in real time as to actions and decisions that have been taken. I've been very clear about the new information that has come to light and the decisive decision that the Prime Minister has taken as a result.
Final question, John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister claims that additional new information has come to light, which has resulted in the Ambassador being sacked. But can the Minister confirm this is the only new information and all the other information was in the Prime Minister's knowledge?
Mr. Speaker, I refer him to the comments I've already made.
Point of order, Neil O'Brien.
The Minister says that the only reason Peter Mandelson has had to resign is the additional information that he had campaigned for the early release of Epstein. They are not saying exactly what they did or did not know at the point of appointment. And the only way for this House to know exactly what the government knew is to publish the documents relating to his vetting. Exactly. Now, if the government will not publish those documents, as the Minister says they will not, would it be possible for this House to obtain those documents using the humble address mechanism?
It's not a decision for me. What I would say is the Treasury bench has heard, and if the Minister wishes to respond, I'm more than happy. Not going to. I'm not going to continue the debate, but I'm going to take a point of order from Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, I would just welcome clarity further to the point that was previously made. The Minister was asked on numerous occasions when the Prime Minister was made aware of the information which led, the additional email information which led to Mr Mandelson's sacking. He's not provided the House with that information. What avenues are available to us as members to find out when the Prime Minister knew about this additional information?
Look, the honourable member and the leader, I know very well he knows the mechanisms that he will start to use. What I would say is I don't think this is the end of it today. I think this will be returned at some point. In fairness to the Minister, he has said the House will be updated as and when they have the information. So the points have been taken. I expect the points to be answered sometime. but let's just... It's going to be a long weekend before we get to Monday. Let's leave it there. I don't want to continue the debate.
And it's in relation to this issue, but in terms of the House procedures. Can I ask you, Mr. Speaker, the information that I took from the Minister's answer was that Lord Mandelson had not given the full account of his actions in the past while going through vetting processes. Therefore, can I ask you, as a member of the House of Lords, what are the disciplinary mechanisms that can be taken by the procedures of the House of Lords to make him accountable for that action, if true?
Can I just say, I've enough with the House of Commons. The responsibility of the House of Lords is not for me, and we're certainly not going to take it. Right, let's leave it there. Come to the next urgent question. Secretary of State Julia Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology if she will make a statement on the cancellation of life sciences investment.
Mr.
Speaker, can I firstly start by welcoming the Honourable Lady to her new role. I did want to do that yesterday, but questions ran ahead of us, so I'd had the opportunity to do that. I'm answering this question, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, as a significant life sciences company which employs more than 1,600 people and plays a leading role in delivering new treatments for diseases like cancer, Merck, known as MSD in the UK, is a valued partner to this government and a key player in our life sciences ecosystem. MSD's decision to not progress its investment in King's Cross is therefore deeply disappointing and a commercial decision for them. King's Cross is a shining example of the strengths of the UK life sciences clusters and is one of the biggest in Europe, employing more than 60,000 people in the area. It's seen investment from major life sciences companies including Novo Nordisk, GSK and AstraZeneca. It houses world-leading institutions such as the Crick Institute and Wellcome Trust, some of the country's leading biomedical research centres, including UCLH, Great Ormond Street Hospital and the Moorfields Eye Hospital, are also based there. We are proud of this industry. It has delivered great things for our country in the past, does so today and will continue to do so in the future. This is why life sciences is one of the 8 priority sectors in the industrial strategy and is backed by £2 billion of public investment to enable it to grow, leading the world in making great discoveries like personalised cancer vaccines and the new test for Alzheimer's disease. MSD's investment in the area would have enhanced its status further, and the fundamentals of the UK market are actually more advantageous today than when they made the decision to invest in this project. What has changed are the US and international fundamentals. The UK has become the most attractive place to invest in the world, but of course there's still a lot more for this government to do. The academic environment in the UK continues to produce innovative ideas and the talent to run with those ideas, which attracts that foreign investment. The environment to do research is outstanding. We've got great academics, and the NHS does provide a research platform that is second to none. This decision has in part been taken as part of a broader effort by MSD to ensure the company is optimising its investment and resources in its key drivers of growth. As such, it's not continuing its drug discovery operations in the UK. The company has recently announced in their quarterly report that they are to cut $3 billion a year from their operating costs, resulting in a significant impact on their share price. This is compounded by an ever more challenging and uncertain global economic situation in terms of trade and tariffs, etc. This problem with the NHS medicines goes back as well 15 years. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, who was in charge over that period. Spending on NHS medicines has fallen from 15% to 9% in that time, with the last joint agreement on medicine prices being agreed between the sector and with the previous government in 2023. We're living the consequences of those underinvestment decisions made under the previous government. They took their eye off the ball on NHS medicine investment, and my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, made a £1 billion offer to the sector in summer. However, this government also recognises we need to do more to support and grow our life sciences sector. We've already started delivery on the work of investing £600 million in the Health Data Research Service alongside the Wellcome Trust, to committing up to £520 million to life sciences, innovation, manufacturing, unlocking billions of pounds. We continue to work closely with the sector to unlock growth and ensure life-changing treatments and technologies for this innovative sector. MSD will continue to be a key investor in the UK, Mr. Speaker. I welcome their continued investment in clinical trials and their significant partnerships with our institutions such as Our Future Health. MSD will continue to employ 1,600 people. We remain closely engaged with MSD as we take forward the life sciences sector plan and the 10-year NHS plan.
Order. Can I just gently say, people come into new positions. You were only allowed 3 minutes, not the 5 minutes like a statement. So I'm sure you're coming to the end now, Minister.
Last sentence, Mr Speaker, if I'll just conclude, but thank you for your advice. Life Sciences Sector Plan, the 10-year health plan, will continue to explore opportunities to partner with the MSD further and build on our long-standing relationship.
Julia Lopez.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I hope you'll give me the same flexibility if I go a little over. Last night, US pharmaceutical giant Merck cancelled the construction of a £1 billion drug research centre in the Prime Minister's constituency. 800 jobs were going to be provided, now evaporated. 125 scientists were to be employed, no longer. And the message from Merck executives was unsparing, Mr Speaker. Simply put, the UK is not internationally competitive. The government must wake up, and to do so now. If AstraZeneca's announcement on investment was the canary in the mine for UK life sciences, then last night's announcement should be a klaxon sounding across Whitehall. Can the Minister assure us that he is arranging urgent meetings with health, business and treasury ministers today? This facility was going to specialise in diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's and MS. It was going to feed into the work of a cluster of life sciences bodies like the Francis Crick Institute. Did the government engage with Merck before its decision? And what damage will this cause to research and medicine access for our constituents who are affected by these conditions? The government told UK taxpayers that their devastating national insurance hike would boost the NHS. But NHS leaders admit the money is gone on national insurance, wage deals and drug price inflation. Not better services, no money left for negotiations with life sciences companies. In fact, life sciences have faced a £1.6 billion tax bill and a real terms cut to R&D. What are DSIP ministers doing to push the Health Secretary for progress on health data, on advanced therapies, price negotiations and regulatory reform of the kind that will improve our life sciences offer? For the last year, Labour has dined out on deals secured by the last Conservative government. We were promised that a US-UK trade deal would open doors for business. Instead, American firms are cancelling projects, and our ambassador, who should have been batting for Britain, was instead battling for survival. Now that Lord Mandelson has slinked away again, who is speaking to the Americans about this collapsed deal? What will the Prime Minister be doing ahead of the state visit of President Trump to help UK life sciences? I welcome the Minister to his place, but where is the Secretary of State? In her very first week, she has overseen a £1 billion investment collapse. If she doesn't understand this is the most important thing in her brief right now, and if the government doesn't change course, it will not be the last deal to collapse.
Mr Speaker, I'm grateful for bringing this urgent question. It's an incredibly important issue, but let me just answer some of the questions. I think there were some questions in there from the Shadow Secretary of State. I mean, the Shadow Secretary of State asked what message that Merck has given to the government, but the message from Merck went in their quarterly report just a few months ago when they had to cut $3 billion a year from their operations. That is a significant amount of money, and their share price reflected the significance of that announcement. There is no doubt that MSD makes the world's most profitable and popular cancer drug, which goes out of patent in 2028, and they also said in that quarterly report that that is causing some pressure with their shareholders. The US trade deal, of course, that's been mentioned by the Shadow Secretary of State, said that we would use best endeavours to improve the conditions for US pharmaceutical companies in the UK, and the tariff for pharmaceutical companies to the US remains at 0%. The EU has a 15% blanket tariff, as we know, Mr Speaker. And in terms of NHS medicines, it's a common theme in this chamber, Mr Speaker, that the shadows of Secretaries of State come to this chamber and bemoan the state of the economy, they bemoan what has happened in the NHS. Waiting lists are fallen, whereas they were at their record levels. Satisfaction when we left the NHS in 2010 was at its highest level ever. It's now at its lowest. And indeed...
You can't do punch of order in the middle of it. You come at the end.
Mr Speaker, there's no doubt that spending on NHS medicines has fallen from 15 to 9%, which is part of the problems in the pharmaceutical industry. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, made a £1 billion offer to the pharmaceutical industry over the summer, but they chose not to vote on that, so the Health Secretary withdrew from negotiations. We're trying to clear up the mess that's been left after 14 years of Conservative governments, and the Shadow Secretary of State should realise that that mess is deep. That mess is wide and it will cause problems in the sectors, but as the Health Secretary has stated a number of times, and with that £1 billion offer, he's trying to resolve some of these underlying issues.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Chi O'Mora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to welcome the Minister to his place. I wish under better circumstances, because the loss of Merck's investment, following on the loss of AstraZeneca investment in January, will certainly be perceived as a blow to the UK's life sciences sector, though we must not forget the amazing work that businesses, startups and researchers do in constituencies across the country, including in my own. And we also must not forget the importance of value for money in NHS spending. So the Select Committee will hold an urgent session on Tuesday to examine the issues driving the life sciences sector, including tariffs, investment incentives from the US, access to capital, and the relationship with NHS pricing. But in the meantime, it is clear that the life sciences sector plan, published in July, does not reflect market conditions. Could the Minister update us on how and how quickly he plans to revise the life sciences sector plan?
Can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for that constructive approach, and I look forward to the Select Committee on Tuesday to examine this particular and really important issue. She mentions the life sciences sectorial plan. That's really important, Mr. Speaker. It comes with significant investment in research and development. It comes with improving clinical trial performance. It comes from moving money and support from other key sectors into the sectors that are in the industrial strategy. Life sciences benefit from that. There's £2.5 billion a year from this government going into life sciences. That contributes towards the £9 billion that the private sector invests every year. And there is no doubt, and the Select Committee Chair will know this, that the Chancellor, when she passed her budget last year, gave the most generous settlement for research and development ever in the spending review, £86 billion over the spending review period. That's to support the industrial strategy, of which life science is a key sector. And she does, as well as I know, from companies in my own constituency, that the sector is growing, the sector needs more support, and we're determined to deliver that.
Liberal Democrats.
Mr. Speaker, and I also welcome the Minister to his place. It is incredibly disappointing that MSD has pulled out of this £1 billion investment in the UK, including the loss of over 100 jobs in important life sciences infrastructure. But this has been on the cards for some time, and the warnings to government have fallen on deaf ears. As has been mentioned earlier this year, AstraZeneca also cancelled planned upgrades to its production, and Novartis has described the UK as largely uninvestable. One pharmaceutical company reducing its UK operations is a problem, but there is a worrying trend that threatens a crisis in the sector. The UK is becoming less and less attractive to the life sciences industry, and with good reason. Firstly, the budget saw huge rises in costs to all businesses, including through Labour's jobs tax. And secondly, when it comes to the life sciences industry, there has been a notable lack of investment across the sector, including in job creation and critical skills, and in creating that commercial environment that can compete internationally. Lib Dems continue to call for the government to make research and development investment 3.5% of GDP, which in life sciences would be a key focus. And that would be coupled with extra support for academic institutions to commercialise research. So I would like to ask the Minister how the government plans to restore confidence among pharmaceutical companies that the UK is a competitive place for research and development and manufacturing. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising those particular points. It's really important to lay out to the public, but to the House, that MSD will still continue to employ 1,600 people in this country and be a key part of the life sciences sector. And there's many companies that are investing. Moderna, BioNTech, Isomorphic Labs are all investing in this country. In my own constituency, Roslyn CT are expanding at such a great pace that they can't keep up with the amount of space that they require, and they can't keep up with the kind of wet lab facilities that they require. So this is all the challenges that we're having to try and deal with. I gently say to the honourable gentleman that what the second sentence of his contribution was about the national insurance increases for employers, and the fourth sentence of his contribution was about spending more money on R&D and life sciences. They can't be both true. And therefore, if you want to spend money and the priorities that you have, and political parties will have different priorities, then you have to raise that money. And you can't have it both ways. So the message to the industry is that this is the best place in the world to invest. Bring your investment here, and this government backs you through an industrial strategy and a life sciences sectorial plan.
Steve Reds. Speaker, and welcome the Minister to his place. Exeter has a very strong life sciences and R&D section. Just recently, Exeter University was awarded £10.5 million from UKRI to set up the metamaterials hub, real cutting-edge science. And that also leveraged private sector investment into Exeter of another £10 million. Does the Minister agree with me that it's this sort of investment and commitment to research and development that will enable cities like Exeter to thrive and grow in the future?
Mr. Speaker, can I just pay tribute to the Honourable Gentleman for the work he does in his constituency of Exeter with the university in a whole number of areas, and all of us who represent university towns, of which I do as well. There's significant investment going into research and development, significant investment in life sciences, because that is the future for this country. This country is committed to growth, and I can assure the Honourable Gentleman that I'll be doing everything I can in this role to make sure we're investing in that. And just gently remind the House again that in the spending review, that this was the largest ever settlement for research and development this country has ever seen, at £86 billion. That says to the industry we're open for business, come and invest here, and come and make life sciences at the top of that investment.
Roger Gale.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Discovery Park in my constituency at Sandwich is the phoenix that rose from the ashes of Pfizer. It's now a cluster of over 100 very enterprising, very successful small companies in the life sciences field. The loss of cornerstones like AstraZeneca and MSD could have a devastating effect upon the architecture of the pharmaceutical industry in this country. So what is the government going to do, practically, to reverse the decline in confidence in that industry?
Mr. Speaker, I say to the right honourable gentleman who I've had the utmost respect for, that in this first part of his question he quite rightly promotes the wonderful work that's going on in his own constituency at the Discovery Park, and then says that everything is doom and gloom. That is not the case. This government is investing in research and development to the tune of £86 billion. We're investing in life sciences. It's one of the 8 key sectors in the industrial strategy, and I would hope that the business park in his constituency benefits fundamentally from that. And I would merely repeat that the MSD are not leaving the UK. They will still employ 1,600 people here and be the cornerstone of research in this country.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the Minister to his place. This is devastating news for the research scientists, for the fantastic work they do on neuroscience, inflammation and immunology. Some of this is being carried out at the Francis Crick Institute, to which I declare that I'm an unpaid visiting research scientist there. But will the Minister agree with me that the UK has so much expertise to offer, and the Minister needs to look at the whole life science ecosystem, from bench discovery to pill dispensing at the bedside? And will the Minister join us at the Science Innovation Select Committee on Tuesday afternoon, where we can go in depth about these issues?
Mr. Speaker, can I just pay tribute to the Right Honourable Lady for the work that she does, unpaid, as a research institute. And it would be really good to hear from her what she sees inside the sector. But she raises, I think, the most important point in any debates about science and research development and life sciences in particular in this country, that we have world-class institutions, we have world-class companies, and they are made world-class by the world-class scientists and academics that work within them. We should cherish that, we should grow it, and we should have more.
John Platt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At Porton Down in my constituency, there is a hub of life science businesses. I've listened very carefully to what the Right Honourable Gentleman has said, and I recognise the difficult dilemmas that all governments have in terms of where to focus investment. But he surely must recognise that the additional costs of employing people, the additional rights and burdens that puts on employers, particularly small employers, plus 11 weeks of speculation about further tax increases, aren't going to make any sector feel more comfortable about where to invest in this country.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman was a Treasury Minister, so understands some of the issues involved here. So I'd merely point him to the report that MSD released to their shareholders for the first quarter that said they had to divest from $3 billion a year of operating costs. That is a huge part of their operating agenda, and that's a geopolitical issue as well as a commercial decision.
Bob Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will know that this part of London, where MSD were going to invest, has been significantly invested in for medical research, particularly in research of brain-related diseases. Now, this decision casts doubt on the future of that particular area around the Greater King's Cross area. So what implications does he draw from this decision to disinvest on that particular proposal, which is supported cross-party?
Mr. Speaker, at this stage I'm not aware that there'll be any downside to the entirety of that ecosystem that revolves around the King's Cross area of London. Obviously this decision has come very late to the government. We'll work with MSD in terms of the future, but I think there's a very, very bright future, as we've just heard from my right honourable friend, for this particular cluster and for all the other clusters that we've heard from honourable members from across the chamber already this morning.
Danny Bale.
Speaker, for transparency, I should declare that I was a director of the Knowledge Quarter Partnership at King's Cross and cabinet member responsible for negotiating the MSD headquarter deal. It is disappointing news today. But turning to my current constituency, I hear from a number of life sciences and pharmaceutical companies that they have concerns about the previous government's VPAG levy and how it's working in practice, particularly that it's focused on revenue and not profit and doesn't take into account the differential level of R&D needed. Particularly Celtron, the South Korean company in my constituency, highlight that the biosimilar medications require a lot more investment than other forms of pharmaceuticals. Will the Minister or his counterpart meet with me and Celtron in my constituency to discuss the biosimilar sector and how we can support it to grow?
I'm very grateful and I'm very happy to take up that meeting and hear directly from the experience that the honourable gentleman has. But he raises the big issue around the legacy that was left by the previous government of 15 years of underinvestment in medical pricing. There was a £1 billion offer made by the Health Secretary to the pharmaceutical industry over the summer, which the pharmaceutical industry decided not to vote on, which meant it was withdrawn. That's disappointing. The last deal was done in 2023 under the previous government, and this is a long-term issue that has to be resolved.
Kim Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Life sciences plays a significant impact in terms of the economy and public health initiatives across the Liverpool City region. So it was a blow earlier this year when AstraZeneca pulled out of the £450 million deal to expand its plant in Speak. So can the Minister explain how his department is supporting the Liverpool City Mayor and the Life Science Investment Zone to build confidence and to secure greater investment for this sector?
Very simply, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Lady, the Life Science Sectorial Plan has been set out to give industry certainty over the longer term that this government is serious about the investment that we will make and the industry will make in the sector itself. £2.5 billion a year from this government, the largest settlement for R&D ever in the spending review, £86 billion. I hope that gives reassurance to her constituents and to the life sciences companies in her constituency and around the region that this government is serious about backing them.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the right honourable member to his new role, although admittedly surprised that Labour adopted a fire and rehire strategy. Scotland has one of the highest concentrations of life sciences hubs, and in the last 5 years has created 6 innovation centres directly aligned to life sciences. What assessment has he made on the impact of this announcement on Scotland's research and development sector, and what support does he plan to put in place?
Mr. Speaker, I visited Roslin CT, my own constituency, last Friday, and the life sciences sector in Scotland is indeed buoyant and flourishing. There are lots of opportunities for them to expand. It's probably a dividend of the union.
Adam Jogi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased the Minister has confirmed and reiterated that life sciences remain a priority in the industrial strategy. Keele University in Newcastle is at the heart of our life sciences sector, which is particularly important for jobs and opportunities in the industrial heartlands in communities like mine. So will the Minister find time to meet me to talk about how we can support the work at Keele, or even better, will you get on the train and come and see us? Hear, hear.
I'm very happy to do so. I think that's my third invite already this morning, and I'm very happy to do so. And I think what that question demonstrates, and the invite to go to Newcastle-under-Lyme to visit his constituency, is the thriving life sciences sector all across the country. And I can give him an assurance that we tend to back the life sciences sector. And whilst it's an incredibly disappointing decision from MSD to make in terms of what their new building at King's Cross, it's a thriving sector. Many companies are investing and growing very quickly.
Tom Gordon.
Speaker. It's just the latest in a series of blows to UK life sciences. Companies have been pulled towards the US with incentives and tariffs, while we have no detailed industrial strategy, an uncompetitive tax regime from the Treasury, and a Department of Health that undervalues drug access. When the government announced its life sciences plan, it fell short of what industry and the sector expected. So will the government commit to an updated, refresh, cross-party, and give businesses the stability they need to invest in Britain?
Mr Speaker, yet more spending, but no idea of how the revenue would be increased. This government had to make some incredibly difficult decisions in order to balance the books to give that stability in the economy, so we could invest in R&D such as life sciences. The NHS 10-year plan is moving treatment to preventative. That will require medicines. Moving hospital to community will require medicines, and moving from analogue to digital will enhance and target medicines more better for the patients. That is just one example of what we're doing in the NHS to improve our life sciences sector. It is a key part and one of the 8 key sectors of industrial strategy, and we intend to back it through that strategy.
Please swallow.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend to his place, and also welcome my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow South West, to his place as Life Sciences Minister in the Department for Health. I am incredibly ambitious for the life sciences in my constituency of Bracknell and across Berkshire. It's a key industry for us. So will my right honourable friend share my ambition and agree to meet with me or set up a meeting with the Life Sciences Minister to discuss what more we can do to support the sector in Bracknell?
Mr Speaker, in the interest of time, yes.
Medical isotopes are critical for the treatment of cancer and for diagnoses and for other medical applications, yet there has long been concerns about security of supply. Welsh Government's Project Arthur are working with the nuclear licensed site Trawsfynydd in my constituency to develop the means of producing medical isotopes for security of supply here in the UK. What is his department doing to work with the Department of Health to find a way of bringing this forward?
I've just been working with the Department of Health to try and bring this forward. I don't know the exact answer to this question. It's our question. If I knew the answer, I would give it. I don't, so I'll write to her.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and may I welcome the Minister to his place. The life sciences sector is helping to regenerate parts of South Birmingham's economy, from the New Waters pharmaceutical factory on the old Longbridge MG Rover site in my constituency to the University of Birmingham's Life Science Incubator. The Minister has been extremely generous in agreeing to meet members today, so continuing in that spirit, would he be willing to meet with South Birmingham MPs to discuss what more can be done to support this very important part of our local economy?
Mr Speaker, I'm tempted just to say no, just to see what good reaction that gets, but of course I'll meet with any honourable or right honourable member across this House to discuss this life sciences sector. And I think what it shows, Mr Speaker, whether you're north, south, east or west, including in my own constituency, life sciences plays a key role and continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I must declare that my wife works in the pharmaceutical and life sciences industry. The Minister and the Chancellor claim to want to boost growth, yet investment is fleeing the very sectors that he claims is a priority. Is it not the case that the vague aspirations of the government don't meet the real-world test, and the only people who are going to suffer from this are his constituents and, unfortunately, mine?
Minister. Mr Speaker, can I congratulate the honourable gentleman's wife and what she does in the sector? She's the only one in the family with a real job. But this shows you, this does show you the depth and breadth of the sector across the country. Everyone will know someone who works in the life sciences sector. £86 billion from the spending review going into research and development, £2.5 billion backing the life sciences sectorial plan. There is, of course, economic and geopolitical issues that are affecting the pharmaceutical industry at the moment. And as I said in my opening remarks, Mr Speaker, MSD's quarterly report said they had to take $3 billion out of operating costs over the next few years. And unfortunately and regrettably, this is part of that plan.
I represent people who work at the Excellent Living Systems Institute at the University of Exeter. The purpose-built institute was launched in 2017 to bring together physicists, mathematicians, biologists, biomedical scientists, with the expectation that life sciences is going to enjoy substantial foreign direct investment for the years to come. What effect does the government anticipate the withdrawal of this private investment will have on the life sciences for research students, including those at Exeter?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would say to life sciences students in particular, who are at the fledgling part of their career, that this is a career they should be in for the long term. This is the future. This is why it's part of our industrial strategy and one of our key 8 sectors in that industrial strategy. And I know this is incredibly disappointing news that the government have had today in this commercial decision from MSD, but there's lots of wonderful stuff going on in this sector, so we should not talk it down. Moderna are investing more, BioNTech are investing more, Isomorphic Labs are investing more, Roslin CT, my own constituency, are investing more. We've heard right across the chamber today the companies that are investing more in life sciences. This is a growing industry, so I would say to fledgling academics and people who want to get involved in this industry to get in there.
Jim Shalom, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his answers? I think what we're all seeking today is reassurance in relation to the sector. News that MSD has withdrawn their project plan for a research centre in the United Kingdom, and the loss of 125 potential jobs and staff is devastating for our science plans. It does show a lack of faith in long-term planning by the investors that we are so reliant on. So how will the Minister seek to reassure global partners that science investment is a priority for this government, and will investment see a swift return to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, our workforce are the very best in the world. Our world-class institutions are made world-class because of that world-class workforce. This is the best place in the world to invest at the moment. We're obviously in discussions with the US around the pharmaceutical industry in terms of tariffs and the EU-US economic deal. There's lots of positive stuff going on in this industry, and if we were to send out one message to the industry today from this House, it's that this industry is thriving. It is one of the key 8 sectors of our industrial strategy. This government backs it. We're backing it with money, we're backing it with our strategy, and we're backing it as a whole government.
Right, that can let the front benches change over. So we now come to business questions. Shadow Leader of the House. Jesse? No.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Will the new Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Here, here. Can I just welcome the new Leader of the House and thank the previous Leader as well, but I'm looking forward to this session. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Probably more than I am. Can I, first of all, give the business on Monday the 15th of September, consideration of Lord's amendments to the Employment Rights Bill. Tuesday the 16th of September, second reading of the Sentencing Bill. The House will then rise for the conference recess at the conclusion of business on Tuesday the 16th of September and return on Monday the 13th of October. The business for the week commencing 13th of October includes Monday the 13th of October, general debate on baby loss. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Tuesday the 14th of October, remaining stages of the Mental Health Bill, Lords. Wednesday the 15th of October, remaining stages of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Bill. Thursday the 16th of October, second reading of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill. On Friday the 17th of October, the House will not be sitting. And the provisional business for the week commencing 20th of October includes Monday the 20th of October, Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages of the Diego Garcia Military Base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill.
Jesse Norm.
I thank the Leader for the business. Mr. Speaker, on this 24th anniversary of 9/11, I know the whole House want to join me and I'm sure the Leader in sending our best wishes to the families and the friends of the victims of those horrendous terrorist attacks. So too our best wishes to those grieving at the murder of Charlie Kirk in the USA and to our own great colleague, the member for Washington and Gateshead South, for the terrible news that she has had this morning. Let me start, if I may, by thanking the recently departed Leader of the House. She and I had our disagreements. I don't think there's much doubt about that. She supported the wrong football team, and I struggled to get her to answer my questions. But she was diligent and effective in responding to members across this House as well as in committee. Without getting too teary about it, I will even miss her appalling puns. But, Mr. Speaker, it is an ill wind that blows nobody any good. Hurricane tax dodge blew away the Deputy Prime Minister and destroyed the Prime Minister's much vaunted Phase 2, but it has brought us the former Labour Chief Whip. He was a history teacher, and there can't be many better forms of public service than that. After his distinguished career channeling industriously away in the usual channels, I warmly welcome him blinking to the bright lights of the dispatch box. Mr. Speaker, I had somehow thought that having plumbed the depths of incompetence over the summer, the government would now settle down a bit. How naive, how desperately foolish I was. The number 10 team were obviously taking the mickey. They were laughing at us, Mr. Speaker. You think this is incompetent? They said, we've hardly got going. We can do vastly better than this. Resets are for wimps. Let's have a full-blown crash reshuffle. Let's have a new Foreign Secretary and a Home Secretary, as well as a new Deputy Prime Minister. And let's undermine the Chancellor of the Exchequer by ostentatiously lining up the former Chief Secretary to replace her. The markets will really welcome that. Even better, let's have an election for Deputy Leader. People are already scared to death about all the taxes coming in the budget, but they'll be completely reassured if we run a Labour leadership election at the same time. Ideally, we can make the Deputy Leader a former Cabinet Minister whom the Prime Minister has just abruptly fired. That'll be good for stability. Oh, and we can go further. We can actively undermine relations with our closest ally if we throw in a major scandal over the Prime Minister's personal choice as ambassador to the USA. Mr. Speaker, if only this was a joke. Instead, it is a tragedy. It's like we're trapped in an unending episode of The Office with the Prime Minister as David Brent. The unions are ratcheting up their pay demands. The RMT is holding 7 days of rolling walkouts. The tube has come to a standstill. The only people who probably won't be affected are junior doctors in London who have voted to have strikes until the new year, and they'll be staying at home anyway. As the former director of the IFS remarked, it all shows how, and I'm quoting, staggeringly unprepared Labour was for government. And it is we, Mr. Speaker, we across this House and all our constituents who are paying the price for their arrogance and negligence. Mr. Speaker, the leader will only just be coming up to speed now, of course, one perfectly understands that, but I would make one early request of him, if I may, with the utmost seriousness. He will know that many thousands of veterans, including hundreds in my own constituency and in his constituency, have had their lives thrown into uncertainty and bad, desperate indeed in some cases, anxiety by the government's decision to repeal the Northern Ireland Veterans Act. That was more than a year ago now. The government promised a legally sound and effective legislative solution to the problem it had created. So could the leader let us know now or in a written update before the recess when the Northern Ireland Secretary will come to the House and publish that solution?
Hear, hear. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I add my tribute to my predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Manchester Central, for her excellent work as Leader of the House over the last year. She spearheaded the revival of the Modernisation Committee, which was a manifesto commitment, and oversaw the packed legislative programme that formed the basis of this government's first King's Speech. I know I'm amongst many MPs across the House in wanting to thank her for her diligence and hard work. I'd also, Mr. Speaker, like to express my thanks to Colin Lee, the Clerk of Legislation, who is retiring this week, having joined the House service in 1988. MPs from across the House have valued his wise counsel over many years, and I know the whole House will wish him well. I know the House will also share my sadness at learning of the death of Sir Roger Sands, who was Clerk of the House from 2003 to 2006. Sir Roger was a distinguished servant of the House for 41 years, and the House will want to convey our condolences to Lady Sands and to Sir Roger's family. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn to the Shadow Leader's remarks, but before I do so, and thank you for welcoming me to my place, before I do so, I should caution him and indeed the House that the last time I answered a question from this dispatch box was the same year as the iPad was released. Both you and I, Mr. Speaker, had shall we say, a little more hair and of a darker hue. And at the time, the average price of a pint of beer was £2.91. And at the minute, Mr. Speaker, there are people behind me who weren't even old enough to buy alcohol when that actually happened. But I am looking forward to having these sessions with the shadow leader of the House. We've actually been in the House for a decade, but I can't claim to know him particularly well, so I too went to Wikipedia to find out a bit more. He is, Mr. Speaker, a philosopher, a historian, and an author of note. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Right Honourable Gentleman is a thinking Conservative, which is an increasingly rare commodity. I want to associate myself with the comments that he made on the anniversary of 9/11, also on the death of Charlie Kirk, and let us remember that in these circumstances, his family have been robbed of a father and a husband. There is no justification at all for political violence, whatever the views of the person involved. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, that there will inevitably be a degree of knockabout about the state of the government at these sessions, or indeed the state of the opposition. And just to say that I am happy any day to have a debate on the comparison between this government's 14 months and his disastrous government of 14 years. The only thing we were unprepared for, Mr. Speaker, was the scale of the state that this country was in. On the substantive point in which he raised about Northern Ireland, he knows that these are difficult matters. He also knows that the government has given a commitment to bring forward legislation. It is really important that reassurances are in place. And I can tell him that the government will be saying something very, very shortly. And let me just finish on this, Mr. Speaker. The Shadow Leader in the House and I both have a deep respect for Parliament, and I can give him and the House reassurance that I take my responsibility, both as the government's representative in Parliament, but also this House's representative in government, very seriously indeed.
Can I say to everybody, I expect to run this for around an hour, so help each other by being short and punchy. And we'll have a good example with Elsie Blundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to welcome the leader to his place. I applaud the government for its bold action it is taking to reform the criminal justice system, but more must be done to safeguard communities from violent reoffenders. In Middleton, I have been in touch with the courageous family of Michael Houlihan. Michael was tragically killed in 2016 by a prolific offender who, despite being under the supposed supervision of the local probation service, was not prevented from committing this appalling act which has devastated the lives of his family and friends. Please would the leader consider allowing a debate in government time so that members can consider how we mitigate reoffending among violent perpetrators and give voice to the countless bereaved families out there who deserve our compassion and our focus.
Leader of the House.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her question. This is without doubt an appalling tragedy, and my family are my thoughts are with the family of Michael. It is important that we address the issue of reoffending. It is critical to public safety. We have the second reading of the sentencing bill on Tuesday, which aims to reduce offending because it has a devastating effect on victims, and I would encourage you to consider speaking in that debate.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Marie Goldman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by first welcoming the new Leader of the House to his place, and also join him and the Shadow Leader in thanking the previous Leader of the House for her sterling efforts, especially when there are so many people bobbing to ask questions every Thursday morning. Indeed, I look forward to working with him on the various committees on which we'll be serving. I hope he will follow the government's mantra to go further and faster, especially in modernisation. Today is a big day for news, but in particular I would like to echo words condemning the appalling attack on the office of the Honourable Member for Washington and Gateshead South, for whom I have a huge amount of respect. I also want to join other colleagues by recognising that today is the 24th anniversary of 9/11. I'm sure the whole House agrees the importance of remembering the victims, including British citizens, their families, and those who continue to be affected both physically and mentally by the attack and its aftermath. Madam Deputy Speaker, this week I again met with victims and family members who have been subjected to ongoing injustice in our health system. In particular, women and their children who were affected by shocking failures of medical devices and the prescription of drugs that had devastating, life-changing consequences. While pregnant, my constituent Mary was prescribed the anti-epilepsy medication sodium valproate. Very sadly, Mary joined so many other parents whose children were consequently born with significant birth defects. Like any parent of a disabled child, Mary is incredibly worried about their future and what support will be in place to look after them when she is no longer able to. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, victims and their families are exhausted. They have campaigned for many years to draw political attention to these matters, but it seems successive governments aren't listening. Indeed, the government has yet to respond to the Hughes report into the sodium valproate and pelvic mesh scandals that was published over 18 months ago. So I ask the leader, will he ask the Health Secretary to make a statement to this House to urgently provide an update?
House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her questions and the tone of her questions. And I look forward to working together with her both on the Commission and the Modernisation Committee. And I want to commend her for campaigning on these really important matters. Our sympathies are with those affected, and we are fully focused on how best to support patients and prevent future harm. The Government will continue to listen to those affected in this complex area. And I'll ensure that ministers in the Department of Health and in the Cabinet Office have heard her concerns, and if she wishes to meet them, then I'll seek a meeting.
Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I had the pleasure of meeting Fergus, Freddie and Michael, members of the band Jam Tub, at a recent visit to Framwellgate School in Durham. These musicians are passionate about contributing to the cultural vibrancy of Durham, performing at events like the much-loved Durham Fringe Festival. But they contacted me after they noticed a distinct lack of venues across the whole of County Durham for young bands to perform and practice in, limiting their opportunities to, as musicians to grow. So will the Leader of the House agree to a debate in government time on the importance of addressing regional cultural inequalities which are impacting opportunities available to talented youngsters, not just in Durham but across the country?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and as a Durham lad I concur with her. It's not just a question of venues in Durham, it is a question of venues across the country. And the government, and in particular the department, is very cognizant of that and will be doing everything that we can to support them. These are issues which affect a lot of constituencies, and therefore should she choose to seek a backbench debate or even an adjournment debate, I'm sure she'll receive support from across the House.
Chair of the Backbench, Business Committee, Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Leader to his position, and I hope we can have an early meeting to ensure that backbenchers can give their voice in this chamber as before. I thank him for the business being read on the 13th of October when we return from conference. Given past experiences of when we return from recesses and the likelihood of statements and possibly urgent questions, there are 78 people that want to speak on the baby loss debate. So I would ask him to consider giving it protected time so that people are able to relate their stories. In addition, the business in Westminster Hall on Tuesday, the 16th of September, will be a debate on the International Day of Democracy. On the 16th of October, there will be a debate on World Menopause Day, followed by a debate on the Ada Lovelace Day and government support for women in science, technology, engineering and mathematics. And on the 23rd of October, there will be a debate on histological testing of excised moles, followed by a debate on the impact of NHS workforce levels on cancer patients. Now, Madam Deputy, I was very tempted to ask a question about the legalisation now, which happened at an employment tribunal earlier this week,
that it's now possible to discriminate against people because of the football team they support. However, there's a much more serious issue, and that is the situation in Nepal. Following the death of 20 protesters, the Prime Minister of Nepal resigned, the Parliament building was set on fire, and there is a threat of a military coup. Now, I certainly have many relatives of constituents who live in Nepal and are worried about the situation for their families. So I wonder if the leader could arrange for a Foreign Office Minister to give a statement next week on what we are doing as the United Kingdom to protect those families and support the families in the United Kingdom.
Through the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, let me thank the Honourable Member for his work as Chair of the Backbench Business Committee, and I do look forward to working with him. I will commit to an early meeting with him, but also regular meetings. In terms of Mondays, he will know that I've long taken the view that we need to take care on Monday, whether it's backbench business or indeed government business, when we return from recess. And so I will give some thought as to protected time, but the reality is that we can often manage the business of that day. The government can manage the number of statements that go on. There is an issue around managing UQs, which is not the government's decision, but nevertheless can be managed. But I will return to that issue if need be. On the really important matter which he raises about the situation in Nepal, the recent loss of life and violence in Nepal is appalling. We do support fundamental freedoms and respect for human rights, including the right to protest and peaceful assembly, but violence is not the way forward. I expect that the FCDO will be across this matter, but I will ensure that I will draw his remarks to their attention.
Ms Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. School holidays are great, but it can be a really tough time for some families. And programmes like the holiday activities and food programme help to bridge the gap by providing not only meals, but opportunities to build social skills and confidence with age-appropriate activities and a side serving of fun. Now, this year I attended a half-plus event hosted by Northumbria University, where young people aged 13 to 16 could do just that by taking part in activities from baking to gaming to martial arts designed by young people themselves. I'm delighted that the government has invested to extend the scheme for another 3 years. So can we have a debate in government time on how we can build on the success of HAF?
Yes.
I'm delighted to hear about the success of the programme, and as an alumni, I'm not surprised that Northumbria University is helping to deliver successful programmes. It does a fantastic job for our region. We recently announced that £600 million is being invested to extend the holiday activities and food programme for another 3 years, and it has already reached over 500,000 children in the past year. And I'll ensure that the Secretary of State has heard my honourable friend's question this morning.
Karen Bradley.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the leader to his place and pay tribute to his predecessor, who I have to say to my honourable friend supports exactly the right football team. Madam Deputy Speaker, people in Staffordshire Moorlands are very concerned that they should have their say about what happens in devolution plans. So I'm sure the leader will share my astonishment that the reform-led Staffordshire County Council has put forward a proposal for an East Staffordshire Unitary Authority, which would see not just Staffordshire Moorlands, but Burton, Uttoxeter, Tamworth and Lichfield drawn into a greater Stoke-on-Trent. So could the leader find time for a debate on the importance of local people having their own say on what happens in their local area?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say to my, I was going to say my right honourable friend, she's in many ways actually, that I don't share her astonishment about that at all, because this is not unique of where Reform have councillors and indeed where they're running councils. It nevertheless is an absolute shame that Reform councillors appear to have gone back on their word in this case. And one of the themes that must run through the work that we do in local government is that we need to listen to local people. I've no doubt that she will continue to make that case, and I'd urge her to do so by organising a debate on the matter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Sikh Helpline is a fantastic charity in my constituency which supports Sikhs and people from all backgrounds with abuse, addiction and mental health issues. Over the summer, the Sikh Helpline did a 350-mile bike ride from Scotland to West Brom to raise money for the charity. So will the leader congratulate all the riders that took part and make time for a debate on the importance of civil society organisations like this?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I recognise the fantastic work that my honourable friend did as my predecessor's PPS? And I thank her for what I assume, therefore, is her first business question. A 350-mile bike ride is a terrific achievement, and I join her in recognising the importance of the Sikh helpline for the work that they do in a local community. And this is the sort of matter, I think, which could be raised perhaps in an adjournment debate.
Sir Roger Gale.
Madam Deputy Speaker, could I also welcome the new Leader of the House to his position? I suspect he'll have rather more fun at that dispatch box than his successor will in the Government Chief Whip's office. Could I also please associate myself with the kind remarks that he made about Colin Lee, whose service as a Clerk of the House, one of the Clerks of the House, has been exemplary. As one of the longest serving members of the Speaker's panel of chairmen, I've had the pleasure of working with Colin over very many years. He will be sorely missed, and the House owes him a huge debt of gratitude. Madam Deputy Speaker, charities in the United Kingdom working in Africa tell me that as a result of the withdrawal of US aid, women and children are dying in droves. The House will not be sitting when President Trump visits the United Kingdom, so we will not have an opportunity to send a clear message from this House at that time. But the Prime Minister will. So would the Leader of the House ask the Prime Minister to place on the agenda for discussion in the margins the withdrawal of US aid from Africa, which is having such a devastating effect?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will commit to making the Prime Minister aware of what the Right Honourable Gentleman is asking, and hope that that will be heard when the President visits. But I also have to say that given his experience and his voice, I'm pretty sure that that message will be heard loud and clear.
Jessica Satter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the concerns raised by my constituents in Lowestoft is the closure of our public toilets due to redevelopment of our old Wilco site by the local council. I'm concerned that particularly older and disabled residents are being dissuaded from spending their time and money in our town centre shops due to fear of being caught short. Having met recently with the British Toilet Association, I learned that in the US, there is a national standard of one toilet for every 10,000 people. Can I therefore ask the Leader of the House whether we can have a debate in government time on the need for more toilets on our high streets?
To the House.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend on the importance of the availability of toilets in our town centres. It's an issue which I'm sure comes to the attention of MPs very, very often. I know that many people, particularly for those with complex needs or health conditions, the lack of a toilet can be the deciding factor on whether or not they leave the house. And because it's clearly a case for so many of my colleagues across the House, I think this would be a great topic for a Westminster Hall debate.
Vera House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I also welcome him to his place. Just 3 days ago, the BBC revealed how effortlessly an illegal vape laced with spice can be purchased through Snapchat. 1 in 6 confiscated vapes in schools now contain spice. They are described as a zombie drug. They're a prison drug. They're condemning potentially young people to a lifelong addiction and criminal life. Yet this week, Ofcom wrote to say that such evidence does not meet the bar for enforcement action, even under the new Online Safety Act. Can we have a statement from the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology to explain why Ofcom is refusing to hold social media companies accountable for drug dealing on their platforms and putting thousands of young people at risk?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a former drugs minister, I share her concern absolutely, because I've always thought that a strong line should be taken. But of course, there is also the issue of the role that social media plays in this. So I thank you for raising this really important issue that is important for many people, not least for parents. And I will draw her concerns to the attention of the new Science, Innovation and Technology Secretary.
Platt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So our high streets in Lee and Atherton are being undermined by illicit shops used for money laundering, illegal working and counterfeit goods. with raids on shops taking place just this week, seizing over £10,000 worth of illicit goods, but the shops reopening within hours. Criminals are exploiting loopholes in the Licensing Act 2003, with councils struggling to act. So can the Leader of the House confirm that restoring town centres is a government priority, and will he allow time in Parliament to debate strengthening licensing laws and closing these damaging loopholes?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by congratulating my honourable friend on her recent marriage? Indeed. I wonder what you think so congratulating her for. But she raises a very important matter, and she's a doughty campaigner for her local community. High streets are a cornerstone of our local communities, and we are delivering 13,000 more officers in neighbourhood policing roles to tackle these matters. But I will draw her attention, her comments to the attention of the relevant department, but also encourage her to attend the next Home Office orals next week to raise it with ministers directly.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Right Honourable Gentleman to his new role? Could I add to the voice of the Honourable Lady from Chelmsford and draw his attention to the reply that his predecessor gave me on the 27th of February concerning the response of the government to the report on valproate. It really is necessary that we do get a response. Janet Williams and Emma Murphy from InFact came to see me this week. They're grateful for the opportunity to meet the DWP Minister, but they really do need a formal response to the Commissioner's report of 19 months ago.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He will appreciate that I am new to this role, but I give him a commitment that I will follow it up after this session and hopefully be able to arrange a meeting with the Minister and also to get a response which sounds overdue.
Sam Carling.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been supporting constituents living in ex-military housing on Embry Road in Wittering, my constituency. The MOD sold their homes years ago, but they've been left in limbo because their properties remain wrongly classified under MOD commercial energy contracts. Despite repeated attempts, many have been unable to set up domestic accounts and are now facing sudden backdated gas and electric bills of up to £6,000. Does the Leader of the House agree this deserves a debate in Parliament on billing errors, and will he ensure that Ministry of Defence officials contact me so that we can get these homes reclassified, allowing my constituents to access fair tariffs and avoid further financial distress?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue and recognise his affected constituents will have gone through a great deal of stress trying to deal with this. So I will ask colleagues in the Ministry of Defence to reach out to him in the hope that these matters can be resolved as soon as possible.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Could I too welcome the new Leader of the House to his place? Trussell Trust's Hunger in Wales report published this week shows that families with 3 or more children are far more likely to be forced to turn to food banks. The 2-child limit is at the root of this injustice. It deliberately punishes children because of the number of brothers and sisters they have, and it is driving thousands of families into needless hardship. Will Labour in Westminster and Labour in Cardiff work together to grant debates in government time on the urgent need for this impoverishing policy to be scrapped?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady knows that we are already taking action to help working parents. For example, free breakfast clubs will put £450 in the pockets of working parents. We've doubled the amount of free childcare for eligible working parents in extending care. We're expanding free school meals, and we're also extending the Household Support Fund. And I mentioned earlier in my remarks the holiday activities and food programmes. So we are doing a great deal. And of course, I know that there are discussions and debates around what other action can be taken. The government is committed to, it has a child poverty task force, which reports from time to time and will be reporting soon, whether they have something to say about this or not. She will also know that in the run-up to the budget, I've no doubt that these will be hot topics, and there will be ample time to debate them.
Michael Payne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I welcome my right honourable friend, the Leader, to his place. I recently had the privilege of visiting Lamley Reed Pond,
Will he join me in thanking and paying tribute to Bonnie Bramwell and all the Lamley-Reid Pond Committee who have worked tirelessly to protect and enhance one of the most beautiful hidden gems in my constituency of Gedling?
Yes, I do, Madam Deputy Speaker. Environmental matters are so important in constituencies, and the work of community groups in constituencies are so important. They are at the heart of what makes a true community. I pay tribute not just to them, but also to him for his tireless work on their behalf.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2 nights ago, a man in his 30s was stabbed in the centre of Bognor Regis, and this follows a fatal stabbing earlier this year. So will the government bring forward a debate to consider how to make high streets safer and to tackle the increasing prevalence of knife crime in small seaside towns like Bognor Regis?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are taking action to tackle knife crime. In fact, we've given a commitment to halve it over the next decade and hopefully go even further than then. But she's said 2 things that are particularly relevant to me. One is, as a former Home Office Minister, I'm acutely aware of the importance of levels of knife crime, but also as an MP for a seaside town, how important it is that they are safe places, not just for people to visit, but also for people to live as well. The government is absolutely determined to bear down on violent knife crime. And I'm sure there will be opportunities both in legislation in the future, but also should she choose to seek a debate on these matters.
Dave Robertson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, many honourable and right honourable members will know the name Armitage Shanks. The company has been making basins and toilets for over 200 years. Fewer people will know, though, that it takes its name from the village of Armitage in my constituency. Sadly, Armitage Shanks is planning to scale down its operation there, shutting one of its kilns and threatening up to 100 jobs. I'm working closely with the GMB union to make sure that those affected can find other opportunities and to safeguard as many livelihoods as we can. But the impact of those job losses on the community will be serious. Can the Leader of the House arrange for a debate in government time on how the government can help protect historic brands like Armitage Shanks?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The news that my honourable friend brings to the House of job losses is disappointing. It's always disappointing when jobs are lost, and I know that the whole House will share his concern, particularly when it is a well-known name employing a large number of people. We are committed to supporting British industry, and Armitage Shanks is a name well known throughout the land. The Chancellor has announced the date of the next budget, which will turn to the long-term reforms that Britain needs to unlock growth and ensure that it works for working people. I will, of course, bring forward time for a debate following the budget in the usual way.
Andrew Rossendale.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a truly sad and tragic day for our friends in the United States of America as we remember the events of 9/11 in 2001, but also the tragic assassination last night of Charlie Kirk, who I was privileged to welcome to the Houses of Parliament in 2018 and take him to Speaker's House for a Christmas reception. He was a friend of the United Kingdom. He stood up for freedom and his Christian faith, and we mourn his loss and send our condolences to his family and friends. But talking about someone of principle that stands up for freedom, on the 13th of October, the day we get back after the conference recess, will be the 100th anniversary of the birth of our finest post-war Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher. Will the Leader of the House allow a debate on the legacy of Margaret Thatcher, which was to restore the British economy, to stand up for Britain around the world, defend freedom, and not give away British islands, but protect them and defend them and restore them, as she did for the Falkland Islands in 1982.
Leader of the House.
Thank you indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I echo my remarks that I made earlier about Charlie Kirk. Whether we shared views or not, political violence is never acceptable. In terms of the anniversary of Mrs. Thatcher, should he wish to seek a debate around that anniversary, I can assure him that it will be well attended. And I can also assure him that there will not be the unanimous approval of her legacy and record that he perhaps thinks there will be. Because I come from a community, Madam Deputy Speaker, which was devastated by the loss of heavy industry. And to be honest, many of those communities are still suffering. And the difference between those days and this day today is that when there is industrial change, this government stands with working people to lessen the impact and to ensure that new growth brings new jobs.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I'm the only MP that can say I've got 2 amazing football stadiums and 2 majestic cathedrals in my Liverpool Riverside constituency. And we are the top 10 areas nationally for jobs, economic income and economic value. However, the hospitality sector are still struggling to recover from COVID and the rise in NI contributions. So will the Leader of the House allow a debate in government time to discuss how we bring the UK closer to EU competitors by reducing VAT and to provide maximum discount for hospitality sites under 500,000 rateable value to stimulate demand, boosting competitiveness and keeping venues open?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend is a doughty campaigner, not just for her constituency, but indeed for her city. The government is always concerned about the state of hospitality and making sure that we act in a way in which we encourage investment in hospitality. It is at the centre of many of our constituencies, not least mine, not just about making sure that there is decent pay, but that there are decent conditions and respect for the people that actually work in them as well. But may I gently just say to my honourable friend, I know that the importance of getting the tax situation right, but when we need to raise national insurance in order to fill a financial hole, they were not easy decisions, but they were made. And people can't have it both ways. They can't have more spending on public services unless we actually, or indeed on hospitality support, unless we actually raise the money in the first place.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would request, please, that we have a debate to consider both rural broadband and rural 4G. Broadband coverage in much of Devon is poor, in spite of the last government having said that they would spend £5 billion on it. 4G not spots are widespread, but the government scheme to get rid of them bears absolutely no relation to the broadband scheme. Will this government please get a map of those areas without proper broadband, plot on it the 4G not spots, and at least get everyone who I represent one or the other?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will draw his attention, his issues to the attention of the relevant department, but we are putting £500 million this year to deliver Project Gigabyte and the shared rural network to drive the rollout of digital infrastructure in parts of the UK that are currently underserved. And that will improve full nationwide connectivity by 2030. Over £2.3 billion of contracts signed to connect over 1 million homes in some of Britain's most remote locations.
Julie Minns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the new Leader of the House to his place and also thank him for all of the help and support he's given those of us who were newly elected to this place 12 months ago in his previous role. Last Friday, Cumbria's new and first community county flag was unveiled at a special service at Carlisle Cathedral. Cumbria County flag is the result of a county-wide competition and public vote won by Cumbrian artist Ben Walker and presented to the Lord Lieutenant by the first Wetherall Brownies. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Mr Walker on his excellent design and thank Cumbria's Lord Lieutenant for organising such a fantastic initiative that celebrates community cohesion and pride?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm happy to send my congratulations to Mr Walker and indeed to the Lord Lieutenant. We are proud of our flags, both national and regional. And I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Mr Speaker likes to mark historic county days by flying flags from Parliament's flagpoles. So we may see Cumbria's new community flag flying in Parliament Square in the future.
Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And could I ask the help for the new Leader of the House? I've been working with the Hinckley School to try and get their STEM building, their science and technology building project sorted. Now, this has been going on for a couple of years, and we were at a crucial point about contractors. However, with the reshuffle, the Minister who's in charge of that portfolio has been moved on. So therefore, we're in a pending position. I've already sent the information across to the Leader of the House. I'd be grateful if he'd contact the Department for Education on my behalf to help put pressure on to make sure we get a decision made on this so the development can get done and started before the winter sets in.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know the honourable gentleman has raised this with ministers before, and also understand that officials from the Department of Education reached out to discuss these matters on Monday. Let me just pay tribute to him for campaigning on these matters as an assiduous constituency MP, campaigning for children predominantly, but also for parents and staff at the school. He will appreciate, as he's acknowledged, that new ministers are imposed after the reshuffle, and there is indeed a new minister in this role. So I will make sure that this is raised with the minister at the earliest opportunity, in the hope that he gets the earliest response possible.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the Leader of the House to his new role and associate myself with the support across the House for our honourable friend, the member for Washington and Gateshead South. MPs have raised many times the unacceptable level of threats that we face. Increasingly, abuse and threats are being driven and whipped up by one platform in particular, X, previously known as Twitter, which has become a sewer of anti-Semitism, racism, misogyny and dangerous conspiracy theories, and its owner has specifically targeted members of this House. With a new Director of Communications in number 10 and a refreshed front bench, can we please have a debate in government time on whether it is appropriate for this platform to continue to be used for official government communications?
To the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What my honourable friend says about X is truly shocking. We are very much in favour of free speech, but we're also against incitement to violence. We've delivered the Online Safety Act to seek to strike the balance between user protection and freedom of speech. On the matter of the government's use of X, it's right that the public are kept up to date with information, and it is simply true that a number of people still use X, but of course many are moving to other platforms, and as I'm sure the government will be taking that into account in its deliberations going forward, and we also keep our wider social media practices under review.
Rupert Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My new political movement, Restore Britain, is currently running a membership poll on support for deporting all illegal migrants. The response from thousands of people is almost unanimously in favour. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on mass deportations, given its extraordinary level of public support, and ensure that this House has the opportunity to debate not just the moral imperative, but the legal and operational reforms required, including secure detention facilities, bilateral returns agreements, foreign aid suspensions, remittance taxes, visa cancellations, the introduction of a true hostile environment and plenty more, all in order to deliver the mass deportation of every last illegal migrant at scale and pace.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm tempted to give the answer that one of my predecessors, Ted Short, gave, which is to say no. However, I'm not going to do that because these are important matters. I made very clear in my opening remarks that I regard my role in this House as respecting the views of members and making up opportunities for members to debate those, even if they are, I have to say, abhorrent views. He knows, he's been here long enough, he knows that there are many ways in which these matters can be raised. He's just done it now. I'm resisting the temptation to go down the track of reciting the very important work that this government is doing. But if he does seek a debate on these matters in the usual way, then perhaps he'll be successful.
Lola McAvoy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I welcome the leader to his new role, and I hope to see him being as generous with government time as he was with his own in his previous role. As he knows well, this month our country will celebrate 200 years since the world's first passenger railway journey took place on the Stockton to Darlington Railway. This momentous innovation changed the world, and it led to a huge industrial boom for our region. Hundreds of thousands of skilled workers have been employed in manufacturing and engineering roles over the last 200 years. But these jobs have declined recently, and that is due to the last government's neglect of British industry and manufacturing. Yep. Given how vital the ambitions of our region are for the industrial strategy, would he grant government time to debate how this government will back British workers, back British industry and get our region booming again?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I commend her in the way in which she speaks for her constituency. It is important that we remember the 200th anniversary of the Stockton to Darlington Railway. It allows those of us from the North East to claim that we are the cradle of the Industrial Revolution. But as she alludes to, these things change over time. The government is absolutely committed to bringing growth to every part of our country, including our North East. And that means working through our elected mayors, but also making sure that the skills that we have, even though they are changing skills in those engineering industries, are kept and reskilling takes place, but also that we have the support for companies that seek to invest in our region.
Members will notice we have around 20 members still on their feet, and I am aiming to finish for 1 o'clock, so if they could keep their questions very brief to the Leader of the House. I call Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the new leader to his place. Grave breaches of international humanitarian law continue in Gaza, including the unlawful blockade of aid, illegal settlements, and according to an aid worker I met recently, sanitary products are being withheld from women and girls. Meanwhile, our Prime Minister rolls out the red carpet for the Israeli president, a man who has said on the record that the entire Palestinian nation out there is responsible for the October 7th attacks. Will the leader of this House please commit to a debate in government time on the UK's duty to ensure international law is always upheld, and on how we must work with our law-abiding international partners to guarantee that carries real weight on the world stage?
To the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government has been very clear in its condemnation of many of the things that have been happening over the last time in Gaza, and has made it very clear that it is important that aid gets into the area, and that also that we move towards a ceasefire to resolve this. But I have to say to him gently, when he talks about who we might talk to about that, most conflicts end with some kind of diplomacy. And diplomacy requires people to talk to each other, even though they may not agree. It allows the UK government and Prime Minister to put the views across. And I think that is really, really important. In terms of international law, it's at the heart of everything that this government seeks to do. And in terms of an opportunity to raise that, there have been several statements, many statements in this place about this important matter, and indeed debates, and it would be my intention that that will continue.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've enjoyed many Bournemouth Air Festivals, so its cancellation has left a huge gap. I've met recently an event organiser who has a plan, and I'm open to meeting more organisers. Baha have launched Check In, Chill Out, under the leadership of Rosie Radwell, a campaign to showcase how great Bournemouth is. Would the Leader of the House agree in the strongest possible terms that Bournemouth is the very best seaside town? Would he congratulate this campaign? And would he grant a debate on tourism, particularly for coastal and seaside towns?
I very much congratulate Bournemouth in the way that they are promoting their town, but also the way that he is promoting it too. He's stretching it a bit, I have to say, by asking me to say it's the best seaside town, since I have Whitley Bay in my constituency. But it should not be a competition, Madam Deputy Speaker. what we need to do is to promote seaside and coastal towns. They are fantastic places to live, but they're fantastic places to visit too.
Deputy Speaker, last weekend I met with residents of New Park alongside Lib Dem local councillor Monica Slater. Residents are frustrated by the new Tesco that's been built and the impact on local businesses, with contractors regularly flouting the planning rules, working outside permitted hours. Will the Leader of the House allow for a debate in government time on enforcement powers that local authorities have, and perhaps how we can get Tory-run North Yorkshire Council to use them?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure of the detail of this case. However, I would say that it's not unfamiliar to many of us when you see big developments and the stress which it sometimes causes to residents. Again, I think this is the sort of thing which the honourable gentleman should seek perhaps an adjournment debate on.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recently I had the pleasure of attending this year's switch-on of the iconic Blackpool illuminations, lighting up our promenade and attracting millions and millions of visitors each year since 1879. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Kate Shane, Richard Williams and all the people at Visit Blackpool, Blackpool Council and Lightworks for delivering such an impressive event this year, and join me in encouraging more people, far and wide, to join us in Blackpool for the illuminations this year?
Leader of the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will absolutely join him in congratulating Kate Shane and everyone at Visit Blackpool for their hard work. I also congratulate him because he's a champion not just for Blackpool's cause but also for seaside and coastal towns in general. I have very fond memories of holidays in Blackpool, I have to say, some time ago, and trips to see the illuminations. From the illuminations, the tower, the piers, the pleasure beach, my honourable friend's constituency really does have something for everyone, and I would encourage people to visit the illuminations, not least because they make sure that the town has attractions all year round and is not just seasonal. That's very important.
Susan Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of my constituents in Mid Dumbartonshire has raised their concerns with me about the CMIS software used in Scottish school system and the ability of staff to alter cases with no record of changes being made. Transparency in our public bodies is vital to the public trusting both our institutions and trusting us. In these times where public trust in bodies is so low, will the Leader of the House grant time for a debate on upholding the Nolan principles across all public bodies so that taxpayers can have confidence that decisions are made with integrity and transparency?
Deputy Speaker, again, I have to admit I'm not across this issue, but in terms of the general principle of transparency, then we would be very supportive of that. I would suggest to her, because I'm not sure about this, she might write to me about it, where the responsibility actually lies for decisions here. But again, it's something to raise the issue she may seek a debate about.
Andrew Pegs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm aware that you are a strong champion of animal welfare, so you may be pleased to know that tomorrow, for the end of our Lido season, it is a Bring Your Dogs to Come and Swim Day. You may also be pleased to know, alongside the Leader of the House, that this year over 37,000 people have visited Peterborough Lido since it opened its doors in May. That's an incredible turnaround since we faced the risk of it closing earlier this year. And I'd really like to pay tribute to Claire Marshall, the Friends of the Lido and the staff of the Lido for that amazing, amazing work. It means we now look forward to the year of the Lido in 2026 as the Lido celebrates its 90th anniversary. Now, I'm not ambitious enough to invite the Leader of the House to come for a swim with me in the Lido, but I would like to ask him if he would join me in congratulating everyone who supports our Lido in Peterborough, and if we can make time, government time, to have a debate about the vital role Lidos play in so many of our communities.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure that it would be a particularly attractive sight, I have to say, because my memory suggests that my costume actually has a hole in the knee. But I do want to join my honourable friend in paying tribute to Claire Marshall and the Friends of Peterborough Lido, and of course its staff. I do know that a number of MPs have similar concerns, particularly seaside and coastal MPs, but also other places around the country. And I think this is exactly the sort of topic that a Westminster Hall debate or backbench business debate would be good for, and I'd urge him to apply for.
I welcome the Right Honourable Member to his new role, less pressure as Leader of the House in contrast to the onerous duties of Chief Whip. He referred to the colour of his hair. Can I say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, you've still got your hair. Mine has long disappeared over many, many years. Very concerning reports have emerged that the Indian government is increasing efforts to forcibly return Rohingya refugees to Burma, following the deportation of 40 individuals in May. Rohingya refugees face the risk of severe human rights violations, persecution upon their return, and given the UK's long-standing obligation to the principle of non-refoulement and the special relationship with India, will the Leader of the House urge the Foreign Secretary to provide a statement outlining what action government will take to address this deeply concerning development and to ensure that the rights and safety of Rohingya refugees remain a priority? Thanks so much.
Deputy Speaker, perhaps this job is less pressure than my last one, but I have to confess that this morning it didn't feel that way. As ever, the Honourable Gentleman raises a very serious issue, and this government is committed to defending human rights abuses and regularly engages with the Government of India on a range of human rights matters. And I will ensure that the Foreign Office has heard his concerns raised today, and I'm sure at the next Foreign Office questions he will also seek to raise the matter.
Whilst I don't think I'll be able to get everybody in, I will be able to get more people in if they can keep their questions to about 2 sentences. With a good example, Matt Rodder.
Oh, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. No pressure. Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier this week, I was notified that Southern Gas Networks want to dig up a major road in Reading for 18 weeks. This is the latest in a series of sudden and abrupt interventions by utility companies. Could we have a debate in government time on the behaviour of utility companies and how better to regulate their activities digging up roads?
Again, these are issues that affect constituents right across the country. And I'm sure that if my honourable friend sought a debate on these matters, either in Westminster Hall or a backbench business debate, then he would find that it was well attended.
Alex Mayer. Deputy Speaker. Sadly, last week in my constituency there was yet more flooding. This follows on from a very dry period and indeed the hottest summer in record. Clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the weather is changing. Would the Leader of the House consider bringing forward a debate on building resilience to more extreme weather events as he makes the political weather?
Thank you very much indeed. Madam Deputy Speaker, you raise a really important matter, and I'm sure there will be a lot of people across the country, particularly those that were hardest hit by the very fine and dry weather, concerned about what might happen going forward, not just in the short term, but of course in the longer term. Our Flood Resilience Task Force is focused on the long-term delivery of our flood resilience strategy and investment. And should she seek a debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, then it would allow ministers to set out our plans.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In recent days, I've been contacted by many residents concerned about increasing hate crime, racist graffiti, vandalism and even violence against police in recent weeks at protests. Will the Leader of the House join with me in my view that there is no place for hate in Hillingdon or anywhere in the UK, that our diversity is our strength, and that those coming to our community to work in our hospital, in social care and set up businesses are very much welcome, and make time in this place for debate about a national cohesion strategy and local strategies to follow?
Deputy Speaker, I would absolutely join with my honourable friend in his remarks. I'm very proud to say that this country is an overwhelmingly inclusive country, but it would be wrong to say that we don't face challenges in some communities. The government is committed to develop a longer-term, more strategic approach to social cohesion. Housing and community orals will take place once we return after recess, and I think also that this would make a timely matter for a Westminster Hall debate.
Steve Race.
Speaker, the Women's Rugby World Cup is providing a fantastic sporting showcase, including the 7 matches being hosted by Sandy Park in Exeter to sell out crowds. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the organisers, including the staff at Exeter City Council and the teams for an excellent tournament so far, and send the best of luck from this place to all of the home nations teams as they enter the knockout stages this weekend?
Yes.
Deputy Speaker. With record-breaking crowds at the Rugby World Cup and tens of thousands of fans packing out the Mall for the Lionesses' victory parade after their amazing Euro success, we are showing ourselves to be true world leaders in women's sport. So I join my honourable friend in paying tribute to the organisers, but also in wishing success for the home nations. However, of course, as he knows, there's a game this weekend between England and Scotland, both home nations, so it's a case of pick which side.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week, Six Towns Radio, a community radio station broadcasting to the 6 towns of Stoke-on-Trent and Newcastle-under-Lyme, celebrates its 15th birthday. Would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Dan Townley and Terry Bossons and all the volunteers at Six Towns Radio as it celebrates this milestone? And would he agree with me that community radio has and always will continue to play an important role in connecting our communities?
Deputy Speaker, I certainly will join him in congratulating Six Towns Radio on their 15th anniversary and community radio right across our country. The government recognises the importance of community radio and continues to support the sector as part of a diverse media landscape. He may wish to go further than just seeking congratulations for what is happening in his area and actually consider a debate on this matter, a backbench business debate, because I'm sure many colleagues would wish to speak in that debate about their own community radio stations.
Kirstine Sullivan.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Saturday, the Linlithgow Union Canal Society celebrated its 50th anniversary with a flotilla from Winchborough to Linlithgow, marking 5 decades of volunteer-led preservation and promotion of Scotland's inland waterways. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the Society and its volunteers on this milestone and wish them all the very best for the next 50 years?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't have any canals in my constituency for pretty obvious reasons, but I love them. I think they're fantastic. And I think local waterways are so important. They don't just link communities together, but they actually bring communities together too. So I'm very pleased to offer my congratulations and again point to the fact that community organisations in our constituencies are the absolute backbone of those constituencies, and I wish them well going forward.
Alex Mayer.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to congratulate Cornwall on being in wave 1 of the government's innovative rollout of the Neighbourhood Health Service. We're one of 43 areas making that shift, and we've provided services locally like community health and wellbeing workers, which have been very well received and make a difference. I would ask for a debate in government time on that shift to community care, with the recognition that urgent and emergency care is an area where Cornwall, as other areas, has struggled. So alternative services should always be in place as we make that switch.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. She will know that the NHS is one of our priorities. She will know that we are beginning to invest more and we are beginning to turn the NHS round, but it is a considerable challenge given the state that we found it in 15 months ago. I would urge her to seek a debate on these matters so that local communities can raise their own specific concerns. They are real and tangible concerns. The government has very, very optimistic plans for what can happen with regard to services. And it's really important that people are treated close to home, and indeed in some cases actually at home. That is a considerable challenge, but it is a challenge which we intend to meet.
Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and welcome the Leader to his place. Last weekend I had the pleasure of attending the 100-year anniversary of the Midland Red Colville Bus Garage, which showcased some fantastic buses through history for people to enjoy. Would the Leader of the House join me in thanking the work of Leicester Transport Heritage Trust, the vehicle owners, Colville Heritage Trust, Snibston Heritage Trust and the district and local councils for their hard work in showcasing their buses and putting on this amazing event, but also recognise the work that local volunteers do and the contribution they make to our local communities.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As yesterday's debate highlighted, the whole House deeply cares about bus services and the role that they play in our local communities. This sounds like a fantastic event to celebrate an impressive anniversary and a great deal of hard work to organise, and I'm happy to pay tribute to everyone concerned. And I'm delighted to hear about the success of the event. It might have been for the anniversary of Midlands Red Colville bus garage, but it is about celebrating buses, but also celebrating volunteers as well.
And the final question, Adam Jurgey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The forced adoption scandal has outraged people in Newcastle Lyme and up and down the country. This week I heard from Karen Constantine, who gave birth aged 15 in the late 1970s. She was forced out of education in North Staffordshire into a mother's and baby home in Birmingham, pressured to give up her child. While she didn't give up her child and fought really hard against the forced behaviour of others, other women weren't so fortunate. So will the leader join me in calling on local authorities to preserve and protect all adoption records so that mothers are able to get the justice that they deserve and find their children? And secondly, can I urge him as leader to do all he can to get a formal apology from the dispatch box to the women who so desperately deserve justice?
Hear, hear.
The House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable member for raising this matter and also for raising Karen's case. As he points out in his question, others were less fortunate than Karen. However, these are remarkably distressing and life-changing in the effect that they have. Look, these abhorrent practices should never have taken place, and our deepest sympathies are with those affected. We take these matters extremely seriously. We continue to engage with those impacted to provide support. We're also improving access to adoption records, including asking adoption agencies to preserve records for at least 100 years. And I will ensure that the Education Secretary hears about my honourable friend's concerns.
That concludes business questions, and I thank the Leader of the House for his time. Points of order, Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, you rightly expect the Executive to provide timely information to this House. But on the 13th of August, I wrote to the Secretaries of State for Defence, the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office and DBT to ask for important information about the legality of F-35 exports. We want that information ahead of a ministerial appearance on Monday. This is important because in the Al-Haq judgment handed down by the courts on the 30th of June, the judgment made very clear that under our Constitution, that acutely sensitive and political issue of legality of exports is a matter for the Executive which is democratically accountable to Parliament and ultimately to the electorate, not for the courts. We haven't had this information yet. The hearing is on Monday. What steps can you advise me to take to get the information that the committee needs?
I am grateful to the Right Honourable Member for giving me notice of his point of order. The Chair is not responsible for Ministers' replies to correspondence, but all Honourable Members should be entitled to expect a timely reply when they write to any member of the Government, particularly when they are asking for information on behalf of a select committee on which the House has conferred formal powers to seek information and to hold the Government to account. I am sure that the Treasury Bench will have noted the Right Honourable Member's comments, and I hope that the Business and Trade Committee will be provided with all the information it requires as soon as possible. Point of order, Andrew Rossendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following the decision in February of 2010, our national flag, the Union Jack, must fly from the Victoria Tower every day of the year. But in summer, a much larger flag is flown. Only in winter, a small flag is flown. Could the Deputy Speaker please talk to Mr. Speaker to raise it with the House authorities why the larger summer flag has been removed to replace by the smaller flag? Now, when I last checked, British summertime doesn't end until the 26th of October. So surely the larger Union Jack should fly at least until that date. And can I also say that the 26th of October is Essex Day, so maybe we can fly the flag of Essex as well. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for raising the issue of the flag flying from the Victoria Tower. I will ensure that his request is raised with both Mr. Speaker and with the House authorities and that he receives a response. Point of order, Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My mind is filled with the horrendous images yesterday of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, an American a Conservative, a Christian, a family man, gunned down. He'd attracted the following of many millions of young Americans and indeed had a growing online presence in our country, especially after he spoke at the Oxford Union last month. I absolutely believe in free speech, but we all understand there are limits to free speech. Incitement, constant personal vilification, the use of horrendous historical images. And this is not a left-right issue. It's not a left-right debate. I think it's incumbent upon all of us, whichever side of the divide we're on, however passionately we feel, to behave with personal responsibility. And I mourn the loss of my friend.
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. It serves as a timely reminder of the need for politics. Whilst it is not a matter for the Chair, he gives the House an important opportunity to offer our condolences and express our horror at the events in the USA yesterday. We now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee. Mr Alistair Carmichael will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of the statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions, not full speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee member and not the relevant government minister? Front benches, however, may take part in questioning. I call Mr Alistair Carmichael.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for me to make this statement, marking the publication of the third report by our committee in this Parliament. Our report is titled Biosecurity at the Border, Britain's Illegal Meat Crisis. And it really is a crisis. This is a crisis that has been brewing for years, if not decades. It is also a crisis that matters not just on the national level, but on the individual personal level. We should never underestimate the impact that animal disease outbreaks have on the mental health of farmers, veterinary professionals and others in our rural communities when biosecurity breaks down. In 2001, over 6 million animals were slaughtered across the United Kingdom following the outbreak of foot and mouth disease. Rural communities were devastated. The outbreak cost to our economy would be £13.8 billion in today's prices. Experts at the time concluded that the infected meat that precipitated that outbreak had been imported illegally. In January of this year, foot and mouth disease was again reported, this time in Germany. Experts there told the committee that it was likely caused by illegally imported food. That single outbreak of foot and mouth disease cost the German economy €1 billion, required the culling of 336 animals and the testing of thousands more. In response, the UK government announced import restrictions, but still at-risk commercial consignments bypassed border control posts for 6 days, despite the ban on affected products. We will address that matter in our next report. We have no idea how much unchecked produce was able to enter through personal imports. We do know that while border officials are now making far fewer seizures of animal products than in the years following the 2001 outbreak, they are seizing unprecedentedly high volumes. Last year, 235 tonnes of illegal animal products were seized at the UK border. Given the low levels of checks taking place, that must be just the tip of the iceberg. Port health workers tell us they have seen a huge deterioration in the hygiene presentation of illegal meat and say that shipments are increasing in size. This meat is heading to our high streets, our farms and kitchen tables. Frontline workers are anxious that a disease outbreak is imminent, and we should share their anxiety. In her evidence to the committee, the Chief Vet described port health authorities as our eyes and ears at the border. In that, she is quite correct. But still, Dover is the only port health authority in Britain being funded to support the work of Border Force in seizing illegal meat and dairy products. Even Dover's funding has been under threat. This year's funding was secured at the last minute and only after the intervention of stakeholders, including our committee. We visited Dover and saw the entirely unsuitable facilities in which port health workers are being required to work. We saw vans stuffed with room temperature meat products, packaged in plastic bags, newspaper and cardboard boxes. This was meat that had travelled across Europe unrefrigerated from countries where African swine fever is widespread. The Minister for Biosecurity committed to visiting the port of Dover to see the situation for herself. At the time of our report's publication, she still had not done so. That's something that I personally find regrettable and which I very much hope will be attended to in early course. The relationship between DEFRA and the Dover Port Health Authority is poor. That serves no one's interest and requires immediate ministerial attention. We do know that where commercial imports from certain countries have been banned, criminals have found a new way to make money and are bringing products in undeclared under the guise of personal imports. DEFRA has reassured us that Border Force is delivering intelligence-led checks. We are concerned that this language hides the reality on the ground. The reality is a limited and incomplete intelligence network, strained enforcement capability and port facilities unsuitable for seizing significant volumes of potentially contaminated meat. At the very least, farmers and the public deserve greater transparency about the risks we face. We have called on the Government to start publishing quarterly data relating to seizures of illegally imported animal products. We have also asked Government to model the amount of animal products entering Britain and the risks this poses to our livestock. Meat smuggling was described to our committee as the biggest threat to food security we have had for a long time. We do not know how these animals were reared and slaughtered, or how the meat has been handled or stored. It carries increased risks of viruses, bacteria and parasites that can make people sick and falls far below the strict standards we require of British producers and legitimate importers and that consumers expect. Illegally imported meat and dairy products are being sold online and via door-to-door sales to households and businesses. Illicit products can be found in markets, shops, takeaways and hospitality venues where consumers trust that the food they are buying is safe and meets high welfare standards. In some cases, meat is misrepresented as being of British origin. We heard that the cost of living crisis is fuelling the market for cheap, illegally imported meat, as is demand for culturally preferred products like pork from Eastern Europe. Other meat and dairy products are illegally brought into Great Britain for personal consumption because individuals are unaware of the prohibitions or because they are willing to take the risk. DEFRA banned personal imports of most animal products from the EU in April of this year, but many travellers don't know what the rules are or why they are in place. We think that travel operators should be legally compelled to inform travellers of food prohibition rules for EU countries as they are for other countries. There is currently no ownership in government of the issue of illegal imports of animal products. Responsibility is so fragmented across agencies that outdated, inefficient ways of working have been allowed to persist, and the scale of the crisis has been able to escalate to an intolerable degree. We have called on DEFRA to establish a task force to bridge those divides. This task force should lead on the design and delivery of a strategy for tackling meat smuggling. We also found that Border Force is not adequately fulfilling its responsibility to enforce rules at the border. It has too many competing priorities, and officers lack understanding of risks and rules associated with products of animal origin. Port health authorities are willing to step up and support Border Force, but are needlessly inhibited by a lack of powers and funding. Port health authorities should be given stop, search and seize powers in relation to animal products and funding for enforcement presence at the border. There is also currently no deterrent to meat smuggling. Smugglers are operating with impunity as a result. DEFRA must deliver a plan immediately to start fining and prosecuting repeat offenders and those who are attempting to smuggle significant amounts of animal products. Successive governments have been aware of the scale and risks of illegal meat imports and have failed to deliver a response proportionate to the challenge. We have identified the risks and some of the solutions. It is essential that DEFRA takes these risks seriously and acts to mitigate them with urgency. The stakes, Madam Deputy Speaker, are too high for further inaction.
No. Adam Jurgey.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for his comments and to members of the committee for looking at this important issue. I'm very proud of the farmers in Newcastle Lyme. I meet them as often as I can, and I'm particularly proud of the highest quality meat and milk that they produce in very difficult circumstances. Just yesterday I met with Howard, a farmer in Newcastle Lyme, to talk through some of his thoughts and challenges, and one of the key thoughts that came through was the mental health impact on some of our farmers and our farming community. And I note from the report and from the evidence from the Community Farming Network that there are real calls for real action. So can I just ask the right honourable gentleman, Chair of the committee, what thought the committee will do, or give rather, to unpicking some of these real challenges faced by farmers up and down the country?
Even as things currently stand, we have a mental health crisis amongst the farming industry. And we know from what we saw from our own personal community experiences in 2001 that that was a moment of genuinely acute mental health crisis from which many people have not yet recovered. The truth of the matter is, though, that one of the biggest challenges facing the livestock sector is maintaining a critical mass of livestock numbers. If we were to go through the same sort of cull that we went through in 2001, starting from where we are today, then I think we would risk losing that critical mass. And the impact that that would have on farmers right across the country could be catastrophic.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should say to the right honourable member, I think it's a really excellent report, and I'm amazed to hear that 235 tonnes of illegal meat were detained at the border. On the 18th of August, the government announced it will pause the planned introduction of physical border checks on live animals at the border with the EU to support businesses ahead of some sort of deal on sanitary and phytosanitary products. What effect does he think that deal, if it comes off, might have on illegal meat trade?
Well, obviously, the question of legal commercial imports is one that is slightly different in its operation from what we bring to the House's attention today. But I think you have to look at the whole thing in the round. There are opportunities if we are able to get that SPS deal, and the committee will be looking at that in the near future. We are going to be visiting Brussels and speaking to Commission officials there about where it has got to. We all know that it's easy to agree that we need to agree, but actually reaching the agreement is always going to be the difficult part. Whatever we have by way of an SPS agreement, there will have to be rigorous checks at the border. It may be that the SPS agreement, though, would make some of that an awful lot easier than it is at the moment. And for everyone, importers, consumers and producers, that's got to be good.
Speaker, as a member of the EFRA committee, I attended the trip to Dover and we saw just how much meat could possibly have been coming in the white vans that were flooding in, but the Border Force are very busy and have numerous duties, and the powers and the hours for the Port Health Authority were far too limited. It was obvious they weren't being able to do as much as they would like to do. Those poor facilities, that capacity for checks was something that we really thought should be improved and increased. Yet, Sevington and Bastion Point were sitting underused or empty nearby. Does the chair of the committee think that they could and should maybe be repurposed to help with this task?
Can I first of all thank the Honourable Lady and indeed all the other members of the committee for their engagement in this report and the way in which they approach the work of the committee as a whole. I may be slightly biased in my judgment, but I really think they are quite excellent in the way they go about their business. I couldn't ask for a better membership than we have. What we saw at Dover was truly shocking. And I mean, but still close enough to lunch that I'm not going to give too many details. But the photographs also that were provided for the committee were truly horrendous. And I think when she suggests that the control point at Sevington and Bastion Point could be repurposed, that's an obvious solution for this. The conditions in which the Port Health Authority workers were operating were disgraceful. Big sheds that we probably wouldn't keep cattle in, with holes in the roof, with pigeons flying around. Meanwhile, just a few miles up the road, you had purpose-built facilities where workers at least would be able to change into their PPE and to have proper showers at the end of the day. I should place on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, the gratitude of the committee and the admiration that I personally hold for Lucy Manzano and her team at the Dover Port Health Authority, who have done a quite remarkable job and a significant public service in bringing this to the attention of the wider population.
Deputy Speaker, on the committee's visit to the Port of Dover, we heard that many of the seizures of illegal meat include scales and tills, clear indications that the meat would be sold commercially. Most worryingly, as the Right Honourable Gentleman said, some of these imports are headed straight for farms. So the potential for a devastating outbreak of foot and mouth disease, African swine fever and many other diseases is huge. Would the Right Honourable Gentleman agree with me that regardless of what SPS agreement with the EU may come, we certainly cannot afford to scale back checks if we are serious about protecting British farming?
And I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his contribution to the work of the committee, which again I would say, if the whips are here to hear it, is a textbook contribution of how a government backbencher should go about his business in the committee. He is absolutely right in what he says about the concern about seeing the scales, and it's obvious that that is then going straight onto the market, and goodness knows where after that. The real concern we all have is that we are bringing in pork products from Eastern Europe and places where African swine fever is already, and a lot of that we suspect is destined for Eastern European workers working in our pig industry. So, you know, you don't have to be Einstein to work out the scale and nature of the risk there. We heard two things. One of the witnesses said that we were just one carelessly discarded ham sandwich away from disaster, which was absolutely right. And the other thing we were told was that the possibility of an outbreak of African swine fever could actually be the death knell for the British pork industry as a whole. That really illustrates, to my mind, just how high the scale of the risk is here.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate and thank the committee for this really invaluable work, because biosecurity is national security. The pork industry is worth £1.8 billion a year, and in Norfolk and South Norfolk in particular, that is a vital sector. As has been discussed by others, it's estimated £100 million would be the cost of an outbreak of African swine fever. Does the Honourable Gentleman agree with me that we need to also focus on our small ports and airports in terms of places of weakness within our UK for protecting our biosecurity?
He's absolutely right. We risk ending up playing a game of whack-a-mole here, where we tighten the controls at Dover, and thereafter the effort is just displaced to other communities and other ports. I would say still, notwithstanding that the priority is the short straits, because that is where the significant volume of imports are coming through, but it all underlines the view of the committee that what is needed here is for somebody in government to take control of this as an issue, to have a strategy for dealing this as a whole, because there is no point in having the best national security at one port if all you do is you displace the effort elsewhere to others.
I thank the Chair of the Select Committee, and that concludes the statement. We now come to the backbench debate on regional transport inequality, and I call Catherine Atkinson, who will speak for around 15 minutes. Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Backbench Business Committee for granting this debate. It was originally due to take place on the first day back from the summer recess, but there wasn't time because so many people wanted to speak, and I'm grateful for those who are able to attend today. It is completely understandable that transport is important to so many of us, because whether it's travelling to work or healthcare appointments, meeting up with family and friends, or getting goods to the businesses that need them, transport is what keeps our country running, keeps life moving, keeps us all connected. And with this Labour government committed to opening up opportunities across our country, it is important to address the historic and long-standing inequalities between regions when it comes to transport. For those who had the chance to go on holiday in the UK during our hot summer, which already seems quite a long time ago, we've returned better acquainted with the transport infrastructure in each other's constituencies. For those who heard "Are we there yet?" from the back seat on repeat, perhaps too acquainted. But one of the benefits of being on the Transport Select Committee, as well as having esteemed colleagues, a number of whom are present here today, is that every trip can be an unofficial fact-finding trip. And we can compare, sometimes enviously, the newest tram extension, or charging network, or bus lane. And colleagues across the country have transport projects that they are advocating for in their constituencies. Because when we are successful in securing transport investment, it is change that helps bring people together, cuts costs for our businesses, and allows people to access new opportunities. But when transport breaks down or gets cut, we know that constituents suffer the consequences, often on a daily basis. And one example in my constituency is the Darley Abbey Bridge, which was found to be unsafe and shut, leaving people and businesses cut off and isolated. A temporary bridge was put in 3 years ago, but thanks to the new East Midlands Mayor, Claire Ward, funding has been secured to progress towards a business case for a permanent bridge to be built. One of the reasons I was so keen to be on the Transport Select Committee was because of how essential transport is to economic growth and decarbonisation. The connectivity that transport brings is equally important up and down the country, but the amount of investment regions get for transport has historically been miles apart. When you look at different areas of spending like education or health, transport is the most unequally distributed. There are many colleagues here from the East Midlands where transport expenditure per head has been the lowest of all the regions and nations in the United Kingdom. In 2023 to 24, it was £368 per person, just a quarter of that of London, and around half the average in England. If you look at the 5 years between 2019 and 2024, if the East Midlands had been allocated the UK average, we would have seen an additional £10 billion to ensure that prosperity reaches all corners of our country. More equal investment is vital. So I welcome the direction of travel that we saw in the spending review, including the £15.6 billion of investment in local transport projects for England's city regions over the next 5 years, more than double previous capital spending rates. And it does include £2 billion of funding secured by our excellent East Midlands Mayor Claire. For years, there have been concerns that the UK Green Book, which is the Treasury's official guidance for appraising public investments, is skewing the way that areas of need are identified. There has been an over-concentration of investment in high GDP areas, neglecting the potential of other regions, which creates a vicious cycle. So I welcome the Chancellor's review and look forward to the new Green Book next year. To secure the transformational change we need, this Labour government is investing in areas that have been neglected and forgotten. And speaking of neglect, when it comes to potholes and the need to better maintain and improve our roads, this government has increased capital funding to £24 billion over 3 years, which is particularly important for Derbyshire, which, according to the RAC, had the worst potholes in the country. And with the Better Buses Bill, we have seen the recognition from this government of the importance of bus travel. Over the 15 years to
Would my honourable friend give
I
way?
would give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and the excellent introductory speech that she is making on the importance of regional inequalities in transport. And she speaks about buses, which are incredibly important in my constituency of Newcastle Central and West. It's not only the investment in the buses, but in the supports for it. So Newcastle has let to receive real-time bus information that has been enjoyed in London for over a decade, and which makes transport more reliable and therefore more used. Does she agree that we need to ensure that the technology that supports some of these important services is also more equally distributed across the country?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and I think that we can all agree that the better the technology that you have, the real-time information that is needed encourages people to use our buses. And we absolutely need to encourage more people to use our buses, because over the 15 years to 2023, we saw massive losses of bus services. But where cuts hit varied, and hardest hit was the East Midlands region, with a loss of 60% of our bus services. And it's a decline that the Transport Select Committee highlighted in our report on buses published over the summer. And we must not forget who bus investment impacts the most. The young, the elderly, those on low incomes, the disabled. But colleagues will be shocked, absolutely shocked, that I have got this far into my speech without mentioning trains. Because I talk about rail quite a lot. And that is entirely understandable as a Derby MP. Derby, that will be the home of Great British Railways, the city at the centre of the largest cluster of rail companies in Europe, arguably globally, and the city which a few weeks ago hosted the greatest gathering, the world's largest ever gathering of historic and modern rail vehicles, which was described as a Glastonbury for trains, celebrating the 200th anniversary of the modern railway. But despite this rich rail heritage in the region, there are just over 100 rail stations for 5 million people, the lowest proportion of people who live within a 15 to 20-minute walk of a rail station in England. And around 3/4 of those stations are served by just one train per hour or fewer. And so the capital of rail will be the region with the lowest train station usage per head in England. And our main line that runs through the East Midlands, the Midland Main Line, is the only main line route in England that is not yet fully electrified. It's electrified to Wigston, which is south of Leicester, and with the new bi-mode trains EMR will be putting on by the end of the year, those living alongside the route, up to there, and the 9 million passengers who use the line, will get that far using electrified tracks. But then the trains will revert to diesel, and the rest of the populated, densely populated line will continue to be exposed to more noise and tens of thousands of tonnes of CO2 every year. And I've had hundreds of people write to me supporting the call for electrification. So I think it would be I would give way.
Honourable friend for giving way. She mentions their constituents that have written to her. Is it also not true that members of this House have been working together, over 30 MPs, to advocate for electrification because of the great benefits that she's just described?
I'm very grateful for my honourable friend's intervention and very grateful for the support that he has shown alongside many colleagues for electrification and the benefits that it can bring. Because I think it is a fitting, and it would be a fitting celebration of 200 years of the modern railway to continue electrification of the Midland Main Line with the jobs and skills and the hundreds of millions in economic benefits that it would bring, particularly to the East Midlands. I love my region. And like so many in this chamber, I know my region's strengths and can imagine the possibilities if investment was genuinely equitably distributed around our country. If our regional transport was more equal, it would create more prosperity, economic growth, social equality, regional development, carbon reduction and air quality. Our transport infrastructure is the country's circulatory system. It connects and enriches wherever it reaches. If your circulation isn't great, you feel the cold a little more in your fingers, as I well know. Restrict it more, and your arms and legs get fatigue, numbness, and pain. In the extreme, eventually, it leads to organ failure. And that's where we had been heading over the course of far too long. But over the last year, the government has been getting blood pumping again. Yeah. If the UK is a body, Derby is geographically at its heart.
Very good. Very good.
I'm just about to finish, so if I may, I'm just going to get to the end. I'm sorry. If the UK is a body, Derby is geographically at its heart and is asking to have the same chance as everywhere else to be connected. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to maintain our change of direction to reduce the inequality in the spend per person on transport, to stay on track towards the reduction and ultimately the elimination of regional transport inequality and deliver fair funding for transport.
Yeah. The question is, as on the order paper, and I will be starting with an immediate 4-minute time limit. Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In just 1 year, this Labour government has already failed rural Britain on transport. Yeah. They've scrapped the £2 bus fare cap, pushing up costs for working people. Yeah. They wasted £250 million in the process of nationalising South Western Railway, while my commuters are still stuck with cancelled peak services. And they continue to pour billions into London, while communities like Farnham, Borden, Haslemere and Liphook in my constituency are left behind. My constituency is just 40 miles from London, yet the difference in connectivity is stark. London enjoys a world-class system, well, when it's not being held to ransom by greedy tube driver unions as we have this week, but usually it is. But Farnham, Haslemere, Borden and Liphook are treated very differently. The contrast with London is outrageous, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the capital, a bus stop every 400 metres, services every 5 to 10 minutes, all through the night. In my constituency, buses are 30 to 90 minutes apart if they run at all, and after 7 p.m, many disappear entirely. Students at the University of the Creative Arts in Farnham cannot get to Guildford in the evening. Meanwhile, Londoners can choose from over 100 night bus routes. And while the London passengers can pay a fixed £1.75 fare, in rural Surrey or Hampshire, people are paying much more because Labour hiked the cap. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents will remember Labour put up their fares. Yeah. And that's why I took action. I convened the Borden Task Force, bringing Stagecoach, the local councils, local leaders around the table. And the results speak for themselves. The newly revised 18 bus service now runs every 30 minutes on weekdays and Saturdays, hourlies on Sundays, linking Borden, Whitehill, Farnham and Aldershot. The service number 13 between Borden, Alton and Basingstoke has also been strengthened, now with 6 Sunday return journeys. Stagecoach even trialled a free travel this June after my push for better value. These are tangible improvements that make life easier for thousands of people. But gaps still remain. It's extraordinary that there's no bus connection between Borden and Petersfield, only 11 miles apart from a single school service. That's why I'm in talks with East Hampshire District Council to establish a new route modelled on the Waverley Hospital Hopper, a scheme I secured funding for in Farnham. I will do.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I agree with the points he's making. The train to get to my constituency runs through his constituency, and he's referred to it already. My constituency, unfortunately, is reliant on entirely privatised ferry companies in order for us to get there. Does he agree with me that this government, if it's going to be truly integrated in its outlook with transport, it needs to connect all parts of the United Kingdom and stop focusing only on cities?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very powerful and important point. He's absolutely right. This government is focused on the metropolitan areas, and constituencies like his and mine, which are rural and semi-rural, are simply left behind. And his mention of rail neatly brings me on to my points on rail, because for me, rail does tell the same story as buses. 3 of my 4 major towns have stations, but Borden, the third largest one, has none. And the lines that do exist are fragmented and unreliable. Only this week, the 728 from Farnham to Waterloo was cancelled. Too many times, peak time trains arrive at Hazelmere or Liphook with just 4 coaches. And when I challenged South Western Railway, I was told that to avoid cancellations nearer London, they reassign carriages away from my area. I made it clear to them, my commuters are not second-class citizens, and this needs to change. At South Western's Farnham depot this summer, I pressed them directly on the £250 million Arterio fleet, meant to relieve overcrowding, but still sitting idle for want of drivers or because of faults. I secured assurances of a change, and I'm now going to hold them to account. And meanwhile, as I've already mentioned, the government wasted £250 million nationalising South Western Railway. That money could have delivered a permanent Borden to Liphook bus link for 1,000 years. Instead, urban areas get crossrails and trams, while my constituents get cancellations and 4-carriage trains. This clearly isn't acceptable. Madam Deputy Speaker, much more help is needed for my constituents. Rural communities like mine cannot keep being treated as second class. Levelling up, economic growth, net zero, all laudable aims means nothing if millions of people in my constituency and the surrounds cannot get a bus on a Sunday or a train with more than 4 carriages on a Monday morning. And that is the reality of Labour's transport policy. Higher fares, wasted money and broken promises. That's unacceptable to my constituents, and I would hope unacceptable to every single member's constituents in this House.
Elsie Blundell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable friend, the member for Derby North, for securing this crucial debate. High quality, reliable and integrated public transport is often the difference between communities getting ahead or being left behind. Whether being able to realise their aspirations or not, older people receiving the healthcare they need or not, or working people getting home safely after a night shift or not, these are issues that do not just have practical consequences. If left unaddressed, they erode trust between our constituents and the governments they elect. Lack of transport connectivity impedes the progress people need and deserve to see in their communities. If we don't fix this, we make things easier for those who turn to pessimistic narratives to talk our country down. Our constituents deserve so much more than that. The disparity in transport investment between North and South is a result of a model which is built from the top down and the centre out, a model which has at its heart an orthodoxy which is ill-suited to the needs of passengers today. A model which I am proud to say this government, in partnership with our regional mayors, is beginning to dismantle. From a much-needed review into the Green Book to increased capital spending in Greater Manchester and other city regions, from the introduction of integrated settlements for combined authorities and a modern industrial strategy to the transformative English devolution bill, these are all reasons I am proud to be a Greater Manchester Labour parliamentarian. We have a pioneering transport network where powers devolved nationally are seen and felt on the ground. I will.
I'm very grateful to Mum for giving way. She talks about being a Greater Manchester MP. She'll know that Newcastle Lyme and our part of Staffordshire is not too far away, and I wonder whether she'd support my calls for a direct train line from Stoke-on-Trent station to Manchester Airport. It would unlock growth, it would cut costs for families, particularly those seeking to travel. More importantly, it would put our part of the world on the map.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I'm sure it's something that the Transport Minister has listened to and is looking at. Greater Manchester has set the agenda when it comes to the promise and opportunity that devolution can galvanise, and through the development and expansion of the B network, an integrated transport system through low fares and simplified ticketing, and an enhanced bus and Metrolink network with plans to integrate heavy rail lines in the future. The B network's utility goes far beyond getting people from A to B. It is a conduit for opportunity, for employment, for house building, and for a thriving regional economy. Indeed, we know that Greater Manchester's productivity by GVA in the last decade has outstripped every other region, including London. Transport has been central to making this happen. But despite real success, we cannot take future progress for granted. Greater Manchester and other city regions remain just as deserving of our backing today to ensure that we do not scupper economic growth in the region. We need to ensure that the significant projects are moving forward swiftly and efficiently to give people hope for a more connected future, and this includes the Trans-Pennine route upgrade and the Manchester to Liverpool rail enhancement. Getting this right is integral to transforming public transport and creating networks finally predicated on the needs of local people rather than the paternalism of the centre. And my constituents can speak with some experience on this. For decades, passengers living in Harewood and Middleton have been a mere afterthought, with no rail connectivity into Manchester city centre, despite just being a few miles away. Bus services which don't align with the lives and aspirations of local people, and an incredibly congested road network. But in the 1 year that I have been the proud Member of Parliament for Harewood and Middleton North, and through central government working in lockstep with our combined authority, we have secured funding to ensure that the tram will now be connecting Harewood to Manchester city centre. And this is thanks to the £2.5 billion of funding allocated to Greater Manchester by our Labour Chancellor in the form of the Transport for City Regions funding, enabling the Mayor and his team to plan for the longer term. It also means that local leaders, in concert with the combined authority, are working to deliver a mayoral development corporation in Middleton with the strong possibility of a new Metrolink service there too. And this is the difference that devolution can make, and in Greater Manchester we have shown what we are capable of. But we cannot be complacent. Expertise in town and transport planning must be further developed in our regions, and our bank of knowledge must deepen. Funding cycles should become yet more assured across the country, enabling our local and regional leaders to have the confidence to innovate. And fundamentally, we must formalise and codify engagement between the department and mayoralties, not just ahead of a fiscal event, but consistently, so that we can build a robust transport network that supports the needs of local people. Regional transport inequalities do not have to spell out a foregone conclusion. We just need to find the political conviction to confront them. Each town, city and village has within it people who are capable of reaching the sum of their ambitions. We just need to be unrelenting in building the transport system to get them there. Thank you.
Martin Wrigley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to highlight the deep inequalities in transport spending across our country and to speak specifically to the South West, particularly on the railways. Per head of population, our region receives significantly less investment in transport than the average. In fact, the South West region receives the second lowest funding in the country, only second to the East Midlands, as we heard from the Honourable Lady earlier. Only we don't have the prospect of electrification to look forward to on our main line at all, probably ever. According to the House of Commons Library, transport spending in 23-24 was £429 per person in the South West. Compare that with the £1,313 per person in London, £729 in the North West, £706 in the West Midlands. That's not levelling up, it's levelling down. This matters on a daily basis for my constituents in Newton Abbot and for communities across Devon and the South West. Our transport links are essential to our economy, to tourism, to trade and to everyday life. They are all too often neglected. We all remember when the storms tore through our seawall at Dawlish in 2014, cutting the South West off from the rest of the country. The Dawlish Rail Resilience Programme was split into 5 phases, with the last being the most critical. That's where the cliffs blocked the line for 8 weeks, costing the South West economy some £1.2 billion. That vital phase has not been funded. The government has rejected all solutions put forward by Network Rail so far, and now we don't even have the funding to develop an acceptable alternative. Every winter storm puts our connection with the rest of the UK at risk, and the government is not taking this seriously. I urge the government to give Network Rail the parameters that they will accept and clear funding to design a solution. Lack of the solution could cost another £1.2 billion if or when the cliffs fail again. Accessibility is another area where we are falling short. Too many railway stations in the South West still lack step-free access. I would particularly like to see better access at Teignmouth Station. Disabled passengers are forced to choose their journeys based not on where they want to go, but on which stations they are able to use. That is not acceptable in this day and age.
Will my honourable friend give way on that point?
I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he rightly draws attention to Tynemouth Station. My closest station, North Cornwall constituency, despite its large size, doesn't have a single mainline train station. But Bodmin Parkway also has severe accessibility challenges. That's our closest station. And we have been put on the list for accessibility upgrades, but that could be as late as 2032. So does my honourable friend join me in asking the Minister to hear us today to make those upgrades as quickly as possible so our constituents don't miss out?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. Absolutely agree. When we did have the railway station defences rebuilt at Dawlish, we did get the benefit of a lift. Teignmouth still does not have that. Before that lift was put in, disabled passengers were put on what was called a barrel crossing. They were literally put on a trolley and wheeled across the railway lines, and that is just not acceptable. So I say this clearly, the South West deserves its fair share. We need fairer transport spending, we need proper disabled access at every station, and we need a full commitment to complete the resilience work that will protect our region's lifeline rail route. I'll keep pressing the House and this government until the South West gets its fair share it deserves. Thank you.
Lawrence Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm incredibly grateful for the member of Derby North for bringing forward this important debate, and she spoke with passion about the subject. The South East can be described as leafy and rich, with Kent being the Garden of England. But there are parts in the garden that have been left unnurtured, untended, and left behind. Transport inequality can be framed as a north-south divide, and in my constituency, that can be seen as a north-south divide, where people living in the north have a lower life expectancy of over a decade. But it is both the urban and rural communities that have left behind. Young people, when I spoke to them during the campaign and when they came to me recently, this was their number one issue. It is about connectivity and getting part and across Gravesham. For there are no buses on a Sunday that can take them to town to meet their friends. There are no buses that can take them after school if they want to stay and do extracurricular activity. A mum recently contacted me about a 16-year-old starting excited about a new journey to Northleet Technology College who's specialising in engineering. They chose that space because there was a bus route, the 305, which has now been scrapped. And we see this up and down our country. Bus routes there one day, the next they are scrapped. The new bus route means they're now nearly an hour journey with a 20-minute walk. On top of that, £640 to pay for that pass, for that privilege. The Kent Freedom Pass, which is run by Kent County Council, previously Tory, now Reform-led, used to be a £50 payment for this pass. Now it's over £550 a year, now rising. Families are priced out, and although I helped secure options to pay by instalments, by monthly, the cost remains out of reach for many. And in the urban area, the reliability is a major concern with the cliff collapse in Galley Hill, which is just in my neighbouring constituency in Dartford, is having a major issue on reliability of buses. Now, under the Tories, the Epstein Development Corporation, millions have gone to shiny, fast-track routes. Brilliant. However, they serve the new developments. And while existing communities have lost their services altogether, the people of Northleet lost their bus route, were promised a physical connection between Northleet Station and Epstein International, a place which has highest deprivation, and has been placed indefinitely on hold, meaning that new housing developments see this investment while those that really could do with that opportunity have been left behind. A two-tier public transport system. This is not fair. What we see in Gravesham are bus companies competing for a relatively small area of similar routes, undercutting each other, but making timetable choices based on profit, not actually where people want to go. I'm incredibly confident that the new bus services bill will enable local people to make those routes for them. So not only through the borough, but across the water as well. I cannot not mention about the ferry, bring back the Tilbury Gravesend ferry, because not only it's about getting across the borough, it's getting to Essex as well. And it's supporting our businesses as a place for growth. Of course I will.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. She mentions ferries. Perhaps she will show a little bit of sympathy to me and my constituents in that we're entirely reliant on ferries that are unregulated, privatised, in which the public hand of either local authority or government has no say, whereas her local authority does have a say over her ferries. I wonder whether she might want to reflect on the role of government in all modes of transport across the UK.
I thank the honourable member for intervening, and absolutely we share a passion for ferries. My ferry has no longer runs, so despite having a local government agency that could intervene and supply a ferry, they let go of that contract and let go of anything. So I will continue to sound the drum for actually ferries are an incredibly important mode of transport for so many people, and especially for his constituents on the Isle of Wight. So the government wants to see transport as a gateway to opportunity, which I fully support, and not the barrier that it is today and has been for many years. We must unleash community power and agency to bring voice to the people of Gresham, and especially the young people of Gresham, who deserve the right to the opportunity via buses and boats. Thank you.
I call Brian Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Derby North for bringing this really important debate. In my maiden speech over a year ago, it was in the railways debate. Specifically, I spoke on the state of railways in my constituency of Melksham and Devizes, and the need to open a station, Devizes Gateway, to bring back a service to the town lost since the days of Beeching. Despite efforts in the name of levelling up, any progress made to tackle regional inequality in transport has been modest and inconsistent. I represent many small towns and villages that really benefit from national policy initiatives, and all too often have had to rely on private cars to travel longer distances to services, schools and jobs. A more equal distribution of transport funds could drastically improve the lives of people in my constituency, and thousands of them right up and down the country. One academic study found that a fifth of workers turned down a job because of poor bus services. Another found that 40% of those looking for a job said they lack personal transport or inadequate public transport were key barriers to them getting a job. In terms of rail travel, Wiltshire finds itself in a challenging position. We have railways, but many do not benefit from the services. They carry people and freight all too often across the county, but with few stations in the county. Local services range from unreliable to non-existent. Nowhere is this mismatch felt more strongly than Devizes, a town at the geographical and cultural heart of Wiltshire, with its historical centre, independent businesses and nearby World Heritage sites. The town's marketplace stands just 2.5 miles from a major railway line, yet to access the network, passengers must travel by road 12 miles to Chippenham or 23 miles to Swindon. Melksham, a fast-growing industrial town, fares little better. With only one train every 2 hours during most of the day, locals cannot rely on it for work and school, and many aren't even aware of it. Major improvements to Wiltshire's rail services can be made with only minor infrastructure upgrades. Network Rail's 2024 Wiltshire Rail Strategy sets out the compelling case for building the Devizes Gateway Station, reconnecting 30,000 people living in and around the town to the railway and bringing more visitors to this special part of Wiltshire. I'm also delighted to be supporting the Bath and Wiltshire Metro proposal, which would deliver many of the improvements we need locally, including for Melksham. A group of industry experts is meeting in Bath as we speak to discuss how we can leverage existing infrastructure to regenerate our communities. Where good transport leads, high-quality housing, jobs and economic opportunity will follow. Lastly, the SOS, the Secretary of State, offered kind and encouraging words in the transport questions this morning. However, following the Bath meeting today, it would be enormously useful if the Rail Minister would agree to a meeting with myself and the participants. Thank you.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. For rural areas like South Norfolk, transport links are a lifeline. So I'm delighted that this government is doing what previous governments have failed to do, which is invest into South Norfolk's infrastructure. Already I've secured a £200 million investment to upgrade the Thickthorne junction, shaving valuable life-saving minutes off journeys for ambulances to access Norfolk and Norwich Hospital, which I know will benefit the member for Broadland and Fakenham as well directly. And I've secured a £2.6 million for key cycle and footpath access across Norfolk, including the Heatherset to Norwich Research Park cycle route. But there is more left to do. Today I want to touch upon 3 points. First, I want to talk about rural road safety. Second, I want to talk about the bus services in South Norfolk. And thirdly, and the Minister will probably not be surprised to hear this, I will want to talk about the Wymondham train station again. To my first point, I am currently running a constituency-wide survey on rural road safety in South Norfolk. Once the survey has been concluded, I will be sharing my findings with Norfolk County Council, the Police and Crime Commissioner for Norfolk and the Minister for Roads. What is already very clear, however, is that Norfolk roads are not simply fit for purpose. They are unsafe, they are covered with potholes, despite our Labour government increasing Norfolk County Council's budget for pothole repairs to £56 million. On bus services, the situation is just as frustrating. For disabled and less mobile residents of estates like the Hamptons in Cossey, bus services are in effect non-existent. The whole of the Hamptons estate is without bus services. They deserve better than this enforced isolation. And obviously, I now turn to Wymondham train station. As the department already knows from my many lobbying attempts on this. Currently, platform 2 to the southbound side from Wymondham has no step-free access. It's a Victorian train station that is celebrating its 180th birthday. Anyone with a mobility issue wanting to travel south from Wymondham must first travel all the way north to Norwich, then turn around, travel all the way back down to Wymondham station. This is completely inefficient. It's isolating and unjust. Once again, the primary victims of poor transport provision are elderly and disabled people. Accessibility upgrades to Wymondham Station are being considered by the Access for All scheme. I realise that the Minister won't be able to comment on any detail about Wymondham Station, but I can think of no better way to prove that this government's dedication to tackle regional transport inequality than to make Wymondham Station accessible for all. Now, for viewers of BBC Politics East, they would expect that all politicians from East Anglia will also want to talk about another aspect of rail use, and that is the Ely East and Hawley junction upgrade. Now, I will continue to lobby, as I know this is a cross-party issue across the whole of East Anglia. It would shave valuable minutes, it would increase freight haulage to Felixstowe. It's a huge economic boost for our region, and I would get more services to Wymondham and Spooner Road, which is a win for everyone. So I would again put that on the Minister's to-do list. So to sum up very briefly, we need to hold Norfolk County Council to account for failing to fix our roads. We need to continue making progress to improve access to bus services, and Wymondham Station must finally be made accessible to all.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
And as the co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Heritage Rail, I must start by noting that we are celebrating Railway 200 on the 27th of September. The railways brought wealth, new ideas and vitality to communities across the UK. They were and are the vehicle of growth. Our many heritage railways, including 10 in my constituency, continue to marry technologies old and new and bring so much happiness to so many people. But the great little trains of Wales are now charitable or private railways. Wales's public rail network has been the last stop on the line for investment, a legacy that continues to impact the lives of people and communities across our nation. To illustrate, the Network Rail Wales route, which accounts for 11% of the UK's rail network, received just, wait for it, 1% of the enhancement budget between 2011 and 2016. Welsh Government previously estimated that Wales could be missing out on up to £8 billion in rail investment between 2001 and 2029, and you will note that spans a number of governments here in Westminster. This funding deficit leads to inadequate public transport infrastructure, and it has far-reaching consequences, particularly for those people who haven't got access to cars, and particularly for those people who live in post-industrial and rural areas. It limits people's ability to connect with friends and family and creates barriers to accessing education and employment opportunities. In Wales, we want to improve our productivity, and we want the means to do it. The Spring Statement in June offered only a token gesture towards addressing the deep-rooted funding disparities that Wales faces. For example, the government's suggestion that the £445 million of rail investment over 10 years will compensate for the historic underfunding of the Welsh network or the multi-billion pound injustice of Wales's exclusion from HS2 funding, simply not credible. Where is the reinforcement against climate change? Where is the electrification for our lines? Let us not forget, of course, that the current Secretary of State for Wales herself acknowledged in opposition that Wales's fair share from HS2 should be at least £4.6 billion. So we've received a tenth of what our own Welsh Secretary of State once felt was fair. The statement also included the government's review of the Green Book, aimed at improving investment outside London and the southeast of England. Yet upon examining its contents, I was disappointed, but not surprised, to find no commitment to reforming the way Welsh rail is funded. This inequality remains unaddressed. The government's decision to classify the Oxford to Cambridge Railway as a project benefiting Wales is a stark example of the kind of accounting manipulation, massaging that deprives Wales of rightful Barnet consequential funding, just as we saw with HS2 under the Conservatives. Earlier this year, the Secretary of State for Wales acknowledged in writing that Welsh Rail has suffered significant underinvestment. Yet there has been no pledge to bring spending in Wales in line with the per capita investment levels in England. I urge the government to move beyond rhetoric and take decisive action. Let us begin by devolving powers over heavy rail to Wales, ending the ability for the outdated Barnet funding formula to be manipulated to Wales's detriment, while also granting Wales meaning control over rail transport investment, just as Scotland and Northern Ireland already have. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Mary Kelly-Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and particularly for the opportunity to speak in what I think is a really important debate on regional transport inequality. For too long, communities in the North East have suffered the effects of chronic underinvestment in transport and the flawed legacy of privatisation. What should be a public service has instead become a patchwork system that too often fails local people. On the railways, the proposed LNER timetable risks cutting vital stops at Durham. For many, this would mean unnecessary changes at York or Newcastle. For older people, disabled passengers, and those travelling with children, that creates real barriers and makes our railways less accessible at a time when they should be open enough. And buses tell a similar story. In Brandon, Ushamua, Waterhouses and Newton Hall, people depend on services from Arriva and Go North East, yet complaints reach my inbox every week. The X20 from Langley Park to Sunderland and the 43 from Eschwinen to Durham are both unreliable, and in some villages buses simply don't run at all on Sundays or bank holidays. And too often our area is left with the oldest buses prone to break down, while the newest vehicles serve the routes in Newcastle and Sunderland. And funding for new bus stops, while it's welcome, my constituents ask, what good are they when the services aren't reliable to go with them? And there are workforce challenges too. A shortage of engineers is causing delays, when our further education colleges could be supported to provide apprenticeships and skills. And locating a depot in Concert, where bad weather frequently disrupts our operations, has only added to problems. Another issue is that our drivers in the region are paid less than colleagues in the Northwest by the exact same companies, hardly a recipe for recruitment or retention. And all of this reflects the wider picture. from years of underinvestment and inequality. Had the North received the same per-person transport spending as London since 2009, we would have had £140 billion more, enough to transform the system. Instead, nearly a fifth of rural bus routes have vanished in just 5 years, deepening isolation for many.
On that point, would the Honourable Lady give way?
I'm happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. And I wonder whether she agrees with me that when we're talking about isolation, there's nothing more isolating than not being able to get somewhere. But when you can almost get to the bus stop, as is the case with my constituent Alicia Ingham, who tried to get her mobility scooter onto a bus service and was rejected entry onto the bus because there's not space. I wonder whether she agrees with me that whilst it's not something that bus companies have to do by law, they might consider increasingly the needs of disabled travellers.
Thank you for that information, and I couldn't agree more. Whilst we may improve on bus services, on the types of modern buses, they're not accessible in all areas, and that is a huge inequality, and thank you for that intervention. But the government's bus services bill is a chance to put this right. With franchising, fair pay, investment in modern vehicles, we can build a system that works for passengers, supports jobs and meets our climate goals. Reliable, affordable public transport shouldn't be a luxury. It's the foundation of a fair economy and a connected community. My constituents in the City of Durham deserve no less. They deserve a transport service that serves local people, not profit, and ministers must act to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to Radio 4 yesterday evening, and I was hearing about transport problems in London. And let's face it, when we hear about transport problems in London, we know exactly what they mean. But pity also the poor people in the provinces who rarely come to London but have to hear all about London's daily problems in terms of our rail infrastructure. Because in Devon, that struggle isn't just an occasional disruption, it is an everyday reality. Every year, there are around 50 million rail journeys to, from or within the southwest of England. Yet according to the Office of Rail and Road, between January and March of this year, only 67% of South West Railway services ran on time, meaning 1 in 3 trains arrived late. These figures were collected even before the disruption on South Western Railway over the summer, when speeds were reduced because of the hot, dry weather caused by the, quote, soil moisture deficit. A journey from Honiton to London, which should take a little over 3 hours, was dragged out to nearly 4. Services from Axminster, Wimpole and Fennerton to Exeter were reduced to just 1 every 2 hours. This is not a service that people can rely on for work, for getting to college, for family life. And with hotter summers set to become more frequent, we need a lasting solution. Even in normal times, the line is fragile. It depends on a long single-track section, so that if one train is late, other trains are delayed too. Trains back up at passing points, delays ripple down the line, and at busy times, South Western Railway has to cut, or it has been at least, cutting the carriage numbers in half, leaving people crammed in. One solution would involve increasing rail capacity along the line between Axminster and Exeter. At its heart, there would be a new 3-mile section of dual track near Wimpole and Cranbrook. That single improvement would make a huge difference. With the double track in place, South Western Railway could run an additional hourly shuttle service between Axminster and Exeter, which would give Honiton and Axminster 2 trains every hour to Exeter. And it would mean that Wimpole and Fennerton would get a reliable hourly service. People would have better onward connections from Exeter St David's to Plymouth, Barnstaple, Bristol, Birmingham and beyond. I will.
He makes a really interesting point about dualling of a line. I've been campaigning in my constituency of Harrogate and Knaresborough to dual the line between Knaresborough and York for the exact same reasons and benefits that the Honourable Member is describing. Does he agree with me, if this government wants to get on with the job of growth, that going further and faster on investing in dualling lines like ours would be a way to do it?
The Honourable Member for Harrogate and Knaresborough is absolutely right. He points to how it is much more affordable simply to dual a piece of track rather than to invest in new railway lines, as we talked about a lot in the last Parliament. For students studying at Exeter College, for workers heading into Exeter, for businesses trading across the southwest, this would be transformative. It would make the railway more resilient. When there are delays, whether they be through flooding or autumn leaves or dry clay embankments, trains could pass more easily. With the government planning around 20,000 new homes along the line between Axminster and Exeter, demand on this stretch of railway will only increase. Finally, we cannot ignore the rolling stock, the trains themselves. The diesel fleet is over 40 years old, or certainly nearly 40 years old, and reliability is failing. Spare parts are running out. We need government decisions on new trains, battery, electric or hybrid, so that by the early 2030s we might have a modern, clean and reliable fleet. Rural and coastal communities like Honiton and Sidmouth must not be left behind. South Western Railway is doing what it can. I understand that since I asked the Railways Minister a question this morning at Transport OQs, South Western Railway announced replacement buses from Axminster to Exeter and between Fennerton, Wimpole and Exeter. But that's a sticking plaster, and what we really need to see is investment that would allow them to run reliable trains, not just replacement bus services. People in the southwest pay many of the same taxes as those in London, but face long delays, overcrowding and fewer trains. It's time for the government to demonstrate that attention to transport in the southwest is just as necessary as that in London. Thank you.
And with an immediate 3-minute time limit, Andrew Cooper.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll do my best to indulge you on the fly. I thank the Honourable Member for Derby North for securing this debate. Transport isn't just about getting from one place to another, it's about enabling progress. It opens doors to education, employment and enterprise, whilst also keeping us connected to the people and communities that matter most. But for many communities, particularly across the north, transport has not been a catalyst for opportunity, but a source of disadvantage. Deep-rooted inequalities in regional infrastructure have left countless towns and cities disconnected, limiting access to jobs, education and essential services. The consequences of this divide are tangible, affecting lives, livelihoods and the ability of entire regions to thrive. This is because, for decades, transport investment in the UK has been starkly unequal. Whilst London and the South East have benefited from sustained strategic funding, many towns and cities across the north have been left behind, with ageing infrastructure, underfunded networks and, crucially, missed opportunities for growth. The numbers speak for themselves. Historically, per capita transport spending in London has dwarfed that of the north. Indeed, analysis shows that had the north received the same level of transport infrastructure investment per person as London between 2010 and 2020, it would have gained an additional £66 billion, funding it ultimately missed out on due to regional disparities in infrastructure investment. In my local area, inadequate transport infrastructure remains one of the most significant barriers to unlocking the full potential of Northwich, Winsford and Middlewich. It's a major obstacle to attracting new businesses, creating jobs and driving investment. But I hope change is coming thanks to this Labour government. The recent reforms to the Treasury's Green Book represent a turning point. The updated Green Book places greater emphasis on regional equity and on the long-term social and economic benefits of investment. It recognises that value isn't just measured in pounds and pence, it's measured in lives improved, communities connected and futures transformed. It's a chance to rebalance our economy, to invest in the infrastructure that powers productivity and ensure that no matter where you live, whether it be Middlewich or Manchester, Winsford or Warrington, you have access to the same opportunities as someone living in London or the South East. I I think the government has begun this policy with action, with real visible investment in northern transport, from rail upgrades to new bus routes to road building schemes such as the Middlewich Eastern Bypass in my constituency. I'm proud that it was this Labour government that delivered this investment for this vital project, though I suspect the former minister approved it just to stop me camping outside her office and badgering her in the tea room. I'm grateful for her support, but her successor should know that this now means that my lobbying powers are free to be directed to other noble causes, such as improvements to Winnington Bridge, step-free access at Northwich Station. Thank you.
Here.
Platt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And again, can I thank the member for Derby North for bringing this really important debate to the House. So growth goes where growth is, but where transport is inefficient, access to opportunity is limited. Lee and Atherton, once a thriving industrial hub, now sits between Manchester and Liverpool, alongside towns like St Helens, Warrington, Wigan and Salford. Yet we remain locked in outdated transport systems. Roads built around our mills and factories are now clogged with ever-increasing traffic. So this isn't just a local issue. The gridlock we face is a shared burden and a shared injustice. Lee ranks in the top 1% nationally for transport-related social exclusion. In my constituency, over 40,000 people, 37% of residents face a high risk of exclusion due to poor transport. That's twice the North West average and nearly 5 times Greater Manchester's. So poor connectivity and an over-reliance on cars are isolating our most vulnerable, older people, disabled residents and low-income families. People are being trapped in cycles of poverty and missed opportunity. Now, I've spoken to residents who set off 3 hours early to make a hospital appointment. Others turn down college places or job offers simply because they cannot afford a car. And without one, opportunity is out of reach. So this shouldn't be the case, and it doesn't have to be. We must invest in accessible, sustainable transport, walking, cycling, buses, trains, across every region, and not just where the growth is. So Greater Manchester is a shining example of the first stages of the transformative impact transport devolution can deliver. Over 30 million is being invested in safer, cleaner transport through the B network. Services like the V1 and V2 buses in Lee and Atherton are vital. And the planned new railway station in Goulburn is a huge step forward. But we must go further. Without reliable and inclusive transport, access to jobs, education and healthcare remains a postcode lottery. And I do welcome the discussions to expand Metrolink to areas like Salford, Crescent, Wigan and Lee. These investments must continue. And there's also the proposal to connect our 2 great regions, spearheaded by Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham and Liverpool City Region Mayor Steve Rotherham. With the Greater Manchester economy growing faster than the UK as a whole, I would also like to say to the leaders of the Reform Party who are not in their seat after their recent comments that we've proven what ambition, backed with investment, can achieve for our region, and it's transport infrastructure that's driving that success. We on this side of the House won't let short-sighted politics stall the North's momentum.
Thank you, Schenker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend and neighbour from Derby North for securing this vital debate. In Derby, like many other parts of the country, transport is the glue that holds our communities together, but Derby is also a city of makers. We have unique transport manufacturing heritage to be proud of and a future to be excited about. But if you're talking about investment in our public transport, it's totally a different story. While Derby powers our supply chain, the East Midlands has left lagging behind when it comes to funding our transport infrastructure. Under successive governments, our region has sat consistently at the back of the queue for investment. In 2023-24, this meant that transport spending in the East Midlands was just 54% of the UK average, shockingly the lowest of any region or nation, as we've heard earlier. And this just isn't a number, it's delays, it's lost opportunities, frustration for people just trying to go about their day-to-day. Ask anyone in our community and they will tell you.
They've been stuck on the same congested roads for years. They've watched vital bus services disappear as our region has faced the consequences of the deepest bus cuts in the country since 2008. And understandably, people are absolutely fed up. That's why I'm proud this Labour government, along with our fantastic East Midlands Mayor, Claire Ward, are wasting no time in turning the page. With a record £2 billion secured earlier this year to tackle congestion and improve connectivity across the East Midlands, we're finally starting to put things right. And that's not all. Whether it's moving forward on upgrades to the A38 to end Derby's traffic gridlock in that area, or the introduction of the bus services bill protecting thousands of miles of lifeline routes across our region, progress is being made. There's still lots more to do, though, to put decades of underinvestment behind us. Securing projects like the electrification of the Midland Main Line would supercharge our region, creating 5,000 new jobs, reducing journey times and improving reliability, as well as unlocking over £400 million worth of economic benefit for the region. We know that to transform our transport infrastructure, we need to see sustained long-term funding in our region, and that at the very minimum matches the UK average. I look forward to seeing that delivered through action, through investment, and finally through a government that backs Derby and the East Midlands.
Holly Billington. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to talk about the importance of the impact of both austerity and COVID on entrenching those regional transport inequalities that we've heard of so much today. I also would like to talk about the importance of us making the most of existing infrastructure, which has ended up crumbling and neglected over the previous 14 years. And I'd also like to emphasise the importance of improving services and restoring ones that have been battered by both austerity and COVID. This is particularly important in coastal communities. I'm proud to sit next to the co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Coastal Communities, the Honourable Member for Scarborough and Whitby. We share, despite the geographical differences between our two constituencies, a shared concern about the challenges of connectivity in our two coastal communities. And we know that many other places are experiencing these problems because fundamentally coastal communities, much as we have many assets, are at the end of the line. And therefore, and I'd say this advisedly to everybody in this chamber currently, are most exposed and vulnerable to the populism and dark forces that we have seen around us recently. Now, I think it is particularly important when you think about that, we need to be able to connect people to the opportunities for growth and breaking down the barriers to opportunity, which are two of our key missions as a country. And may I say, in that great strategic point, I would specifically like to urge anyone who is listening for Stagecoach and Kent County Council to restore the number 9 bus between Ramsgate and Canterbury for precisely this reason. One of our hospitals is there, 2 of our universities are there, the FE colleges are there. I know children, young people and adults whose opportunities are limited and cut back because that number 9 bus service no longer exists. And furthermore, I would like to point out the impact of COVID, particularly on the fact that we have crumbling and neglected infrastructure as a consequence of what that has happened. Ashford International train station is international in name only since the COVID pandemic. Eurostar has expansion plans which do not include the restoration of international rail services to Kent. Cutting the train journeys from Kent to Paris and Brussels by 2 hours would make a great improvement of the opportunities for us as a community and indeed for growth. The Good Growth Foundation has pointed out this would improve growth across 5 years of £2.4 billion in places like mine, which unlike other so-called affluent parts of the southeast, really need that economic growth. And when we talk about existing infrastructure, I would put one last message into the Minister about Ramsgate Port and the importance of restoring at least passenger ferries to a place which is desperately in need of that kind of connectivity.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you,
Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to follow the member for East Thanet talking about the impact of COVID on transport. Many of my constituents across Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages rely on the cross-city line to get them to Birmingham for work, for social activities, to visit the theatre, to go for a night out for many, many reasons. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, the service on that line was cut from 4 trains an hour to just 2. Understandable at the time, given the circumstances. I think we could all understand where that was going. But years have passed and those trains are still not back. The Cross-City line is the busiest commuter train line in the country outside of London. The year before COVID, 1 million journeys started at Lichfield City to go in towards Birmingham New Street. That is a town of 35,000 people, and 1 million journeys began at that train station. It is a busy line. It is important infrastructure. And as we're in a debate about regional transport inequality, the idea that a line that busy that served anywhere in the southeast or London would be cut in half, the service is halved, and nothing be done for years would be absolutely laughable. But because it's in the West Midlands, those services have not come back. Now, the villain in this piece is just how busy New Street is. New Street is over capacity. You cannot get more trains in or out, which is why I am so glad to have campaigned for, and I'm so glad to have coordinated dozens of backbencher MPs who supported the campaign to get the Midland Rail Hub project funded. That will improve the capacity at New Street, meaning that we can get our trains back on the City line. It will mean 50 stations across a number of regions will get see improvements in their services. It is a fantastic example of this government investing in the projects that we need to close some of these transport inequality gaps. So I'd like to thank the Minister for that. But as I have a minute left, given that those improvements are coming, I do have a line from Lichfield to Burton which passes past the National Memorial Arboretum in Staffordshire and would make a brilliant place for a passenger service so that everybody from around the country can get to the National Memorial Arboretum to enjoy the fantastic facility that it is, and that they can take part in remembrance all year round, not just in November. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Alex Mayer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly believe that a regional geography is the right scale to make substantial public transport improvements, and that's why I back this government's devolution agenda as the right approach to improving transport. The real inequality of the future will not be north versus south or urban versus rural, but between those areas that have got well-respected, ambitious mayors and those that do not. So, for the sake of passengers, I hope that the government moves swiftly to fill in the gaps on the Devo map, even if there isn't complete consensus. I believe that inequality in transport is already, to some extent, linked to historic governance. In the past, larger areas historically had passenger transport executives, and that gives them a head start as more power heads to strategic authorities. And I still believe that the government could go further to encourage the creation of more executive bodies to coordinate transport regionally. I also remain concerned about the highways transport split. I very much welcome Clause 25 of the devolution bill that will allow MCAs to take on civil enforcement of traffic conventions, but we could go further. Fundamentally, the same organisation needs to be responsible for the bus lane and the bus stop. We also need to think differently about geography. From the Victorian radial rail networks through to modern motorways, there has for too long been an assumption that all roads and rails should lead to London. But it can't just be north-south, it's got to be east-west too. And that's why I warmly welcome the £2.5 billion commitment to east-west rail to rebalance decades of underinvestment in cross-country links. And I will continue to call for the expansion of the Luton-Dunstable busway to Leighton Buzzard and on to Bletchley, linking it into east-west rail. Finally, I'd be keen to hear from the Minister, and it's a train question rather than a bus question, he'll be delighted to know, about plans for GBR within regions. Does the Minister believe that the current network rail regions are the right ones to build on as we move on to GBR? Or does he believe there are other opportunities and other shapes other than triangles? Finally, I believe that we must always see transport as a driver of growth. In order to build thriving networks, we need to have a relentless focus on growing passenger numbers, which we can all do, as we know that September is Catch the Bus Month.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know when it comes to transport
as we just heard, that the people who are left behind most are younger people, disabled people, people on low incomes and older people. And I note that you, Madam Deputy Speaker, when you were chair of the Women and Equalities Committee, called for an older people's commissioner. And I think in this respect that could provide real value here. I'm going to, in the time available to me, really major in as many transport forms as possible. Yesterday I spoke about buses. In Bournemouth we're crying out for a better 33 bus, a reinstatement of the bus route in and to Throop, and a bus that's better and goes more frequently to the airport. We need a stronger provision of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, so it's typically not concentrated in the more affluent areas, or where it's concentrated in public areas, it doesn't work. And also, when it comes to trains, I'm campaigning for an accessible Folkestone station and faster trains to London. But in the time that I have available, I particularly want to talk about the problems that people are experiencing locally around accessing driving tests. The Labour government has committed to 10,000 additional driving tests, and we've got 4 additional instructors in Poole. But people in Bournemouth East have to travel to Poole in order to take their test, because the centre was closed in 2019. And we have a situation where operators are using bots to sweep up months' worth of test dates and then to sell them to parents and to learners at a high profit. That is not fair. That is an example of inequality. I've written to the Driving Vehicle Standards Agency, but they are nowhere to be seen on this issue. And I want this government to be on the side of learners and to tackle the driving test backlog. I welcome the fact that we've got £1.1 million in funding coming to BCP for the improvement of transport infrastructure, and we've got an extra £2 million invested in potholes. But I particularly just want to make the case here, for the first time in this chamber, for the resurrection of a tram network in Bournemouth.
Ooh,
I think
nice
this is
one.
really important. I can hear murmurs of assent from the benches.
Always in favour of a tram.
Everyone loves a tram.
Yeah.
Trams foster economic, social and cultural growth around them, and in Bournemouth, which joined with 2 other towns to create a super city region, we are falling behind in terms of economic growth opportunities because we don't have the interconnectedness that we need. There was going to be more that I said, but I'm just going to briefly say that if we can have faster trains to London, if we can have accessible stations, if we can fill the potholes in our roads, if we can have those better bus services, more driving tests, and a tram network that, because of its permanence, attracts businesses and organisations and people to move into our areas which are already thriving but could thrive so much more, Bournemouth would no longer be left behind. Bournemouth would thrive. It's a fantastic, beautiful town that I'm so proud to represent, and with the elimination of our transport inequalities, I know that there is no limit to the success that we can achieve. Thank you.
Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The perception that many people have of Kent is one of prosperity because of our close proximity to London. However, the reality is more complicated than that. In my constituency of Ashford, we have widespread inequalities and communities that feel overlooked and disconnected. This is all too evident in the way our transport network operates. Nowhere has this been more evident than the decision taken by Eurostar in 2020 to stop international rail service, calling it Ashford International. My honourable friend from East Thanet just highlighted the importance of international connectivity to the southeast in terms of economic benefits. This decision has left the international section of the station, which cost around 80 million of taxpayer money, sitting idle for over 5 years so far. This autumn, the Office and Rail and Road is due to make a decision on whether new potential providers of international rail will have access to the international depot at Temple Mills in East London. As the ORR comes to this decision, I would ask the Minister, will the government give a clear indication that it will favour operators who commit to return service to Ashford? The London focus of our transport network also means that while there are good services between Ashford and London, there is not the same provision of services for my constituents who are looking to travel across Kent or for local journeys that do not involve the capital. This disproportionately affects those who do not have access to a car, such as young people, elderly residents, the disabled and lower income households. It limits their access to work opportunities, healthcare appointments, or being able to access local amenities. In particular, I have been contacted by many constituents since I have been elected who have complained about the poor provision of local bus services in my constituency. This especially affects the residents of Hawkinge and the smaller villages whether that is the constituent whose son is disabled and is unable to find a job because the bus from his village starts too late in the morning, or the older constituents who are unable to visit theatres in Canterbury because the last bus runs before the end of the performance. These are just a couple of the many examples I could quote showing why my constituency and Kent as a whole is crying out for properly supported bus routes. Having these routes is vital to breaking down barriers to opportunity and unlocking economic growth in our communities. I welcome that when Labour's bus service bill is passed into law, it will play a major role reforming our broken bus system. I hope that the administration at Kent County Council will take full advantage of the powers this bill gives them to deliver the improvement in bus services that my constituents deserve.
Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I first thank my honourable friend, the member for Derby North, for securing this debate. She knows my constituency very well and will be very familiar, I'm sure, with many of the issues that I wish to raise today. Erewash is at the geographic and, dare I say, emotional heart of the East Midlands, the halfway point between Derby and Nottingham. Long Eaton, that I represent, was scarcely on the map before the railways. And Ilkeston, like my honourable friend, the member for Bournemouth East, used to have its own tram. Places that are defined by industry and inherently linked with public transportation. But by the middle of the 20th century, that legacy had been whittled away as all focus moved towards the car. For 50 years, Ilkeston didn't have a train station at all. But after years of cross-party campaigning, its new station opened in 2017. But lots of people in Ilkeston tell me they feel the station has been a missed opportunity. Services only once an hour, meaning it isn't as attractive as it could be to commuters. Ilkeston is in Derbyshire, but you can't even get a train to Derby from the station. I'm very pleased, though, to hear discussions about the Maid Marian line being raised again. The line would restore the link from Nottinghamshire to the Erewash Valley line, perhaps enabling those new services connecting Mansfield to Derby to also call in at Ilkeston. At present, while the Erewash Valley line bears my constituency's name, it doesn't carry any local passenger services. If brought into more frequent use, maybe one day we could reopen the Sandyacre and Stapleford station. Hey, if we're dreaming, perhaps one day we could even bring back Breaston and Draycote station too. In many ways, Long Eaton was very fortunate to keep its train station after the 1960s. The station has frequent services to many destinations, but there are still things it notably lacks. The ramps up to the platform are very steep, and the lifts only work when the station is staffed, which is a real difficulty for my disabled constituents. The platform is also too short, which can cause havoc on longer trains when only some doors open. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to raise the buses. The 21 used to link Ilkeston, Cotmanay and Kirkcallam directly with the Queen's Medical Centre, the QMC, one of our local major hospitals in Nottingham. Before COVID, the service was slashed to just once an hour, and after COVID, the route was scrapped altogether. Now there are no direct buses from Ilkeston to the QMC, and if you're trying to reach the hospital from Kirkcallam by bus, well, that's a 2-hour trip with at least 2 changes. It means getting a bus all the way into Derby to get another bus to Nottingham in the opposite direction. It is madness.
Will the honourable member give way on that point?
I will, gladly.
I am very familiar with the honourable member's constituency, and I know that he has been campaigning way before he became an MP for good transport links. But I wonder, when he's talking about access to bus services, does he agree with me that for smaller villages like Eggington in my constituency of South Derbyshire, who are not served by a bus service at all, then that really is truly ensuring that there is regional inequality across our country?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention and agree with her completely, Madam Deputy Speaker. For years, indeed, the East Midlands has languished, as my honourable friend for Derby North said in her opening remarks. It's languished on the bottom few rungs of the tables for regional transport funding. But I'm glad that times are changing. The £2 billion of transport commitment from the Treasury to the East Midlands earlier this year was bigger than I and colleagues in the region could have ever dreamed. I'm so excited to see what transformation that investment will bring, and we'll be fighting every day to ensure that Erewash sees the benefits of that funding. In the long term, if we're to see real change, the East Midlands can't just rely on one-off awards, however. We need consistent investment. Comprehensive planning reform, overhauled and empowered local government, and especially changes to the Treasury rules to end the flat refusal to spend outside of London and the Greater South East. These are all positive prospects brought forward by this government, and I'm looking forward to seeing them move into law.
Might be helpful if I indicate that I'm going to come to the front benches at 3:05. On a 3-minute time limit, there is very little time for interventions. Jane Kirkham.
Deputy Speaker, and since I was elected last July, I've become very closely acquainted with the long-distance London Paddington to Penzance line, which a number of my colleagues have mentioned. There was a big storm in 2014 and we were cut off, properly cut off. You couldn't get in and out of Cornwall by rail because there's only one way in and out for 8 weeks. And since then, an awful lot has been done to improve the resilience of the line. But that phase 5 will be vital to strengthening the vulnerable coastal section and maintaining connectivity for Cornwall. Cornwall sees a huge population increase in the summer with about 4 million visitors, and we lack those reliable year-round connections. That constrains our economy and it restricts growth, as well as creating that social isolation. Many of our students have to travel over an hour by public transport to FE providers, and getting between their apprenticeships and their colleges is often impossible, really restricting their prospects. As a result of our 2015 devolution deal, Cornwall Council obtained greater transport powers like franchising and partnership agreements with local bus providers. That's helped, and it's seen an increase in bus patronage, and Cornwall was the first rural area in England to introduce smart ticketing, but it came at a cost. The council subsidises 50% of the public transport network. And it costs us an awful lot of money. Under the previous Tory government, the South West had some of the lowest identifiable expenditure on public transport at just £429 per head, second lowest after the Honourable Member for Derbyshire North constituency. I welcome this government's focus on long-term investment in transport infrastructure, including that fourfold interest to local transport grants and the potholes, which will be hugely important in a place like Cornwall that has over 4,600 miles of small roads. But I would like to emphasise for our economic growth, particularly how crucial that investment will be for Cornwall. Cornwall Chamber of Commerce has said that transport connectivity is the top priority for the businesses that they represent. Those transport links really hold us back. We used to receive EU funding of up to £1 billion. Now, much of that was ploughed into transport because we didn't have the funding from elsewhere. We have branch lines now that would not have been in existence had it not been for that money. But that funding after SPF has finished has now dried up, so we do need that investment to continue. Electrifying the main line would really help. Currently, there is a branch line passenger service that runs from Truro to Falmouth. There was a freight rail line at the end of that. Just 150 yards would open up so much for these new industries like critical minerals and moving things like aggregates around. And we have an airport that desperately needs a new PSO. In conclusion, investment in transport infrastructure in Cornwall is so essential for our economic growth and success in the future.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to be speaking in today's debate because for far too many of my constituents, they're currently held back by our transport system. Beginning with rail, Rugeley-Trent Valley, just over the border in the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Lichfield, who isn't any longer in his place, is a striking example of what we are here to discuss today. 2 of the station's 3 platforms can only be reached by a steep footbridge, meaning wheelchair users, parents with prams or anyone with limited mobility are effectively barred from getting to Birmingham and Stafford. One constituent told me how his friend, who has mobility issues, had to literally crawl up and down the stairs to reach their connecting train. West Midlands Trains fully support installing lifts, but major upgrades like this fall under Network Rail's Access for All programme, where demand is huge and funding heavily oversubscribed. With over 2,500 stations competing, Network Rail prioritises based on passenger numbers and the proximity of the next available station that's accessible. In Rugeley's case, that means it loses out to larger hubs nearby, like Stafford. Although Rugeley has been shortlisted in the past, other stations have scored higher under this system. The reality is that the next allocation of Access for All funding is still a distant prospect. In the meantime, passengers are offered so-called mitigations, like going forward to the next accessible station and sent back again, or provided with road transport at the operator's discretion. For many, this is simply not a viable or dignified option.
Will it give way for a very short intervention?
On Madam Deputy Speaker's warning, I think I'll not. Accessibility upgrades like lifts, ramps and reliable step-free routes must be treated as optional extras, must not be treated as optional extras in towns like mine. They're essential to dignity, inclusion and fairness. Turning to buses, Cannock Chase shows why change is long overdue. We are one of the most car-dependent parts of the country, yet many still rely on buses. Over the years, we've lost routes into Birmingham and the Black Country. Services after 7 and at weekends are rare. In my part of the world, we see stark evidence of a public service run for private profit being paid for in growing inequality. Elderly residents tell me they can't reach appointments, parents struggle to get children to school, and workers have to turn down shifts. Nationally, bus services in the most deprived areas of England have been cut 10 times more than in the least deprived. And some communities have been cut off altogether, like Slitting Mill just outside Rugeley, which has no service at all, despite once having a direct bus all the way to Wolverhampton. This government's bus services bill, which I was immensely proud to serve on the Bill Committee for and to support last night, will arrest and begin to reverse the long-term decline we've seen for far too long. Whether it's the last bus that never comes or the platform you can't reach, my constituents know what regional transport inequality looks like. I welcome this Labour government's determination to put fairness and accessibility at the heart of transport policy, and I will keep pressing to ensure my constituents get the share of investment they deserve. Thank you.
Alison Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To grow our economy, we need good connectivity. In coastal communities like Scarborough and Whitby, we're stuck in the slow lane. Scarborough, with its heritage, culture and captivating coastline, is a popular tourist destination, attracting 3.9 million visitors last year. The train from Scarborough to York is an essential transport link for visitors as well as commuters. But with one service an hour, opportunity and growth are being choked off. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need a twice-hourly service. This proposal is backed by York and North Yorkshire Mayor David Scaife, local businesses, my constituents and Lord Blunkett, who listed the service increase as one of his rail priorities in his report, Yorkshire's Plan for Rail, published this year. Scarborough's wonderful Stephen Joseph Theatre has supported calls for a twice-hourly service, stating that audience members leave performances early to catch their train. Rather like their latest production, Noise Is Off, this is a farce. We have businesses in Scarborough and nearby Seamer who are looking to attract more employees, but with such an irregular service, these opportunities are simply out of reach for many. We have enough platforms and enough demand for a more regular rail service. The operator, TPE, says that one of the barriers to providing a twice-hourly service is a shortage of drivers. They insist they must train their own drivers on their own routes. I would be grateful if the Minister could address the issue of train drivers in his closing remarks, and if he's exploring new ways to ensure the localised need for drivers is met. I welcome the news that York and North Yorkshire Combined Authority will receive £94 million in local transport grant capital funding over the next 4 years. However, the Combined Authority covers a huge geographical area, is not part of the Transport for City regions, so their settlement is not nearly as large as most combined authorities. I won't give way, I'll carry on, thank you. Unless we equip our first Labour rural metro mayor in York and North Yorkshire with the economic firepower to deliver better buses and trains, we not only limit the opportunity of towns like Scarborough to contribute to economic growth, but we risk failing to break down barriers to opportunity in coastal communities.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we talk about regional transport inequality, then the East Midlands, where I was born and have lived most of my life, is one of the clearest examples of imbalance, as my honourable friend from Derby North has said. Over the past 5 years, per head transport spend in the East Midlands has fallen to just 54% of the UK average, the lowest of any region or nation. And as has already been said, had we simply received the England average, we would have had £7 billion more for our buses, roads and railways. And rail funding is even more unequal, £175 per head in 2023-2024, barely 40% of the English average and a third of the West Midlands. Now, these are not just abstract figures, they affect daily life. It means high car dependency, it means low levels of bus usage, it means a sparse and unreliable rail network, and 3/4 of our stations are served by only one train per hour or fewer. This is what chronic underinvestment looks like on the ground for my constituents. As has been referenced, there have been positive commitments recently, which I welcome, including the £2 billion allocated to our East Midlands Mayor, Claire Ward. But we have to be honest, with huge sums being spent elsewhere on HS2, the Transpennine upgrade, East-West Rail and the Lower Thames Crossing, to name but a few fantastic projects, the money committed to our region, to the East Midlands, isn't ultimately going to address long-standing imbalances. And without purposeful intervention, I fear that the East Midlands' relative position will simply worsen. So what needs to change? Firstly, funding parity. I'd like to see a transparent path to bring transport spend in the East Midlands up to the England average, including rail, where the gap is deepest. Secondly, certainty. We need a long-term, multi-year pipeline for road, rail, bus, station and active travel investments, rather than piecemeal one-off projects, so that local authorities and industry can plan properly. And thirdly, I'd like to see housing growth being matched by transport capacity. My constituency is delivering the housing this government wants to see, and it's important that the transport is there as well. Finally, Midland Mainline electrification. I must mention this. The economic case is overwhelming. It would unlock £400 million of benefits and 5,000 jobs. And in contrast, keeping the scheme under review risks £40 to £70 million in additional costs. My ask today is therefore straightforward to the Minister. Please look at that scheme again.
Karen Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to congratulate my right honourable friend from Derby North for securing this important debate to highlight the disparity in the effectiveness and adequacy of transport between different regions. I'd like to speak about my own constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, of Camborne, Redruth and Hale, and consider how specific issues affect travel in remote coastal areas like Cornwall, as my honourable friend from Truro and Falmouth has mentioned, particularly in relation to home-to-school transport, for example. The fact is that Cornwall's geography at the end of a long peninsula is characterised by remote communities, limited transport infrastructure and a high proportion of small settlements. This means that delivering services is inherently more expensive. The Fair Funding Review, which recently closed, consulted on updating the system of distribution, including assessing local authorities' experience of delivering multiple services, such as home-to-school transport. And as my honourable friend from Truro and Falmouth has again highlighted, the South West ranks in the bottom half of regional transport expenditure rankings in 23-24. And yet Cornwall faces distinct geographical challenges. It covers a very large area with dispersed population, resulting in longer school journeys. Many pupils live further from their nearest schools, and there are limited public transport options in rural areas necessitating dedicated school transport. These place-based characteristics are compounded by pressures in special educational needs and disabilities system, with a rising number of pupils requiring specialist transport. Yet the funding formula does not fully reflect the complexity and cost of providing this service. Roads in remote coastal and rural areas are more vulnerable to weather-related disruption, meaning transport services require extra contingency planning and resilience funding. Seasonal pressures also exacerbate these challenges. Visitors and seasonal workers increase congestion and wear on infrastructure, adding to maintenance costs and planning complexity. I hope when he gets to his feet, the Minister will be able to address some of the particular issues in remote coastal areas like Cornwall, and I would appreciate a further discussion with him on this matter, particularly given Cornwall's distinct devolution complications.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I was quite tempted to stand up this afternoon and just say the word pothole over and over again for 3 solid minutes, because the peculiarity of the approach might really bring home to the Minister, who I know has been doing his best on these matters, quite how strongly my constituents feel about the state of their roads. Now, the government did give Cheshire East several £1 million more in this year's budget to deal with road maintenance backlogs than it has had in previous recent years, and that is very, very much appreciated by my constituents. But the reality is that 14 years of chronic underfunding has left my roads in a catastrophic state, and I cannot emphasise enough how dark, dangerous and worrying rural roads are. The number of young people who die on the roads in my constituency is absolutely horrific, and I can't emphasise enough that we need separate funding for significant safety upgrades, as well as the road maintenance pot to be increased dramatically as soon as the government is possibly able to do so. The other matter to do with roads that I want to draw attention to in my constituency is gritting. This might sound like a trivial thing if you live in an urban area, but gritting in rural areas is so critical. Our roads get a lower level of usage, and the result is that they freeze and they stay frozen for longer periods of time. One of the impacts of my local authority, having had so many financial challenges over the last 14 years, has been reductions in gritting. There are schools in my rural areas that have no pavements outside them, and the roads in front of them are completely and utterly ungritted. When those children are dropped off at school, they are put into a road alongside cars which has not been gritted at all whatsoever. Head teachers do their best to mitigate the risks associated by this by not demanding that parents bring their children in on time. So that puts children A, at risk anyway, and B, having their education undermined by the lack of safety features. I contrast this with London, where schools have automatic cameraed roads that shut the roads off completely at specific times of day. And I find it staggering that we have such a complete contrast in treatment. Of course, I want children in London to be safe. This isn't about taking things away from London schools, but it is very, very much about children in my constituency and older people and others having the same access and the same safety that everyone else does. Very, very briefly, given I've got 30 seconds, I want to touch on Northern Rail and the complete lack of Sunday services in my constituency. The strikes have been going on for a year now, and we desperately need this issue to be resolved. Sandbach Station rail accessibility and the lack of accessible lift at that station is a huge point, and I would echo points made by colleagues about the importance of us funding these things properly. And lastly, there has been a 67% reduction in buses in my local area in the last 15 years. It is desperate that we improve this. Thank you.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will do my best to speak at high speed. I want to say a few words at the start about our honourable friend, the member for Nottingham South. She was an outstanding minister, and the department's loss is a whip's office gain, and she'll be much missed on the transport front bench. I am very grateful as well to the honourable member for Derby North. She and I both represent constituencies in the Squeeze Midlands, regions home to 10 million people, historically denied a fair share of funding and political attention. As noted already, the East Midlands receives the lowest transport funding per head of any region. The West Midlands held this unhappy status until recently. The rail line between Birmingham and Nottingham is actually slower, mile for mile, than that between Manchester and Leeds. The West Midlands has the lowest share of public transport journeys of any English region, followed by the East Midlands. This fuels congestion, road safety problems and potholes. Birmingham's roads are a special case. We have one of the last PFI contracts in the country. Now, when originally issued, local government austerity and the high inflation of the early 2020s was not foreseen. The last government tried to withdraw support for that contract without a clear plan, which was ruled unlawful. I know that the new minister will be looking at this closely, and I look forward to working with him to try to get a fair deal for Birmingham. Most public transport journeys are by bus, and half the industry's income now comes from public funding, yet public accountability lags behind. This summer, National Express announced major changes to the X20 and 61 routes. People in Allens Cross and parts of the New Franklin estate lost their direct connection to Birmingham, and some older residents no longer have direct bus access to the QE2 hospital. I'm grateful to the hundreds of people who signed petitions, including one I organised. I've met with National Express and Transport for West Midlands, and I hope that we can find a way forward. On commuter rail, significant investment has been announced. I've spoken frequently in this House about rebuilding Kings Norton Station as part of a Midlands rail hub. I will just say in the interest of time how grateful I am that ministers have listened, and I hope that we can make progress on restoring that service frequency. Finally, we must be ambitious. Birmingham Corporation Tramways once ran to my constituency. The original 1984 vision for a revitalised metro included a loop serving Northfield, Longbridge, Franklin and Rubery. That vision was right, and I hope that we can find funding for a feasibility study for a South Birmingham extension. Madam Deputy Speaker, regional transport inequality hinders economic growth and denies opportunities to my constituents. I'm very glad that the House has had the chance to debate this today. I think this is my stop, so I will.
Can I commend the honourable gentleman for his timekeeping and the speed with which he got all of that included. Brings us to the front benches, remembering that we would like some time for the member in charge to wind up. Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was also conscious at Transport Questions this morning of not only ensuring I did not, after last night's scolding, repeat the heresy of you or yours, but of also keeping my questions brief. I consequently did not have time to put on record, for the third time in under a year, a formal welcome on behalf of my party to the new Shadow Transport Secretary. So may I begin today, notwithstanding the fact he's no longer in the chamber, by formally congratulating the Right Honourable Member on his elevation. A former Transport Minister who knows all about the transformative effect of transport, having only recently hopped aboard the overnight shuttle from Durham to Basildon. And on that tortuous journey, from the north of England to the southeast, you will have glimpsed the huge inequalities in transport provision across our country. Because be it trains or buses, roads or air travel, where you live or your business is situated, has a massive effect on your mobility. Mobility, the ability to move from A to Z and all points in between, is key to a modern economy and a cohesive society. The statistics paint a stark picture of, to coin a phrase, a two-tier system. Last year, for example, transport spending in London was over £1,300 per head, compared to under £400 per head in the East Midlands. New research from Transport for the North reveals that over 11 million people in England face a high risk of social exclusion, specifically because of inadequate transport systems. That represents a 14% increase, an extra 2 million people since 2019. In the North East, well over 30% of residents face a high risk of transport-related social exclusion, compared to below 3% in London. And who are the excluded? It will come as no surprise, as Transport for the North have highlighted. Disproportionately low-income households, unpaid carers, the old and disabled. The very people our transport system should be helping the most are the ones facing its greatest barriers. But it's not just the north of England that's suffering from these inequalities. Minehead in Somerset, for example, is virtually cut off. The rail station closed in 1971. Whilst the Honourable Member for Taunton and Minehead tells me the number 28 bus appears to run on a whim. In Stratford-upon-Avon, Stagecoach has stopped running buses in the evening and at weekends. Whilst there's no direct train service between the home of Shakespeare and London, undermining the town's tourist and cultural economy. And transport is, of course, key to our tourist industry. That's why in Cornwall, the new Lib Dem Council has cancelled the previous Tory administration's plans to sell off Newquay Airport, but now need more help than is currently being offered by the government to make the critical investment the airport so badly needs. And investment in transport is key. Even in London, where Transport for London is the envy of the rest of the country, more investment is needed. Repeated disruption on the district line is caused because of some of the infrastructure, according to TfL, is up to 130 years old. It sounds grim, but as my constituents are getting tired of hearing me say, we in Wimbledon and the rest of London don't know how lucky we are. Just imagine living in a region where services are sparse or non-existent, bus routes are cut, stations have been closed, and the few trains running are routinely delayed. Now, I'm addressing my remarks to the Minister, whom I have high regard and no little sympathy, because the problems with regional transport inequalities are clearly not of his making, nor his government's, but that of the past Tory administration. Take buses, for example, where deregulation allowed private operators to cream off the profitable routes and abandon the rest. Between 2015 and 2023, over 1 billion passenger journeys were lost. In the North West alone, bus routes were reduced from nearly 3,500 in 2015 to half that number in 2024. Sadly, however, the problem is still continuing. The Honourable Member for East in the South East of England tells me 3 bus services have been cancelled since last summer. Whilst in the South West and North East, 56% of small towns are now identified as transport deserts or at risk of becoming so. I do not doubt the government's good intentions, evidenced by the bus services bill, but in some respect things are getting worse. The government's decision to increase the bus fare cap from £2 to £3, for example, will only accelerate the decline in bus usage, hitting those already struggling the most. Now, the Minister will rightly point to the bus services bill and its many excellent provisions, but as with the soon-to-be-published rail bill, no amount of legislation will solve the issue of regional transport equality without necessary investment. However, as we saw with HS2 and more recently the spending review, those monies are not forthcoming. The electrification of the Midland Rail main line from London to Sheffield has now been cancelled, whilst at Dawlish, the critical work to protect the vital Paddington to Penzance main line from the sea has been put on hold, despite the very real risk to regional connectivity. The same is also true of our road network, where, for example, the promised widening of the A12, which would have supported the creation of 55,000 new homes in the Chelmsford area, has been cancelled. As the Minister is fond of telling me, there is no magic money tree, which is why the only way to address regional transport inequality is to grow the economy, a growth that is impeded by the very inequality growth would help address. That's why the pump must be primed with more investment in our transport system and a far more ambitious approach to growth, which can't be achieved by wishing on a star or by the PM trying himself in knots for his red lines over Europe, but by boldly re-engaging with the EU and thereby completing the virtuous circle of an integrated transport system driven by and driving a dynamic and growing economy. Can I end by thanking the Honourable Member for Derby North in calling this important debate and all Honourable Members for their excellent contributions.
Shadow Minister Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I too join in the spokesman for the Liberal Democrats in thanking the Honourable Member for Derby North for securing the debate. It does give us an opportunity to talk about the chasm between the government's grand promises and the grim reality for passengers, for businesses and communities, as has been ably demonstrated by all the contributions, or many of the contributions from the backbenchers. Now, I don't have time to give justice to all the speakers who've made contributions. I'm going to leave that task to the Minister. But I am going to move on quickly to roads and look at the government's record on roads, because it's come in for some criticism today. The infrastructure spending review that the Conservatives were responsible for in the run-up to the last election was RIS2, which ran from 2020 to 2025. This was some £24 billion of investment, delivering major upgrades, unlocking infrastructure to enable 186,000 new homes for our constituents, improving Freeport and airport links, and improve safety, building 151 refuge areas for smart motorways. And then we moved from 25 to 25 and 30, RIS3, which is Labour's opportunity to outshine us. Have they done so? Absolutely not. It's marked by the killing of key enhancements, which I'll come on to in a minute. And instead of action in RIS3, we have targets here, we have consultations there, but it's very light on delivery. We have a government of review, a government of policy papers, and it speaks to a wider truth about this government, because it's led by a lawyer Prime Minister who values process over political judgment. And if you don't believe me, just think about his approach to the sacking of our ambassador to Washington. His original defence was the process was followed. There was no political judgment. And you can see it in the transport policy as well. Because what we need isn't process. We don't need further targets here and consultations there. We need action. Action on the A12 improvements. £1.2 billion project, that one. That scheme had been signed off. The housing has been cleared away. Businesses have been relocated, and yet it's been scrapped without warning by this government. The A12 is a core artery for Essex and South Suffolk. Where's the regional inequality for that region?
My honourable friend give way.
I will give way.
He said the magic
Andrew
word.
Ross.
He said Essex. So would my honourable friend give some support to the Transport for London extension of concessions bill, which I have myself tabled? As he knows, TfL run to Shenfield, Reading, Epping, Watford, Cheshunt, Amersham, way beyond the boundaries of Greater London. So my bill would require TfL to enable any local authority which is served by a TfL route or by a route to which a TfL concessionary scheme applies to opt in to a concessionary fare scheme, including the Freedom Pass for our old age pensioners.
Mention, and I'm aware that the Transport of London, the TfL concessions bill, does not make a call on the public purse, or at least on the Treasury, and that it's for local authorities to opt into that scheme should they wish to. It sounds like a very exciting project and one that should be developed further. So I mentioned the A12 in East Anglia, but there's also the A47 near Great Yarmouth. Under the Conservatives' RIS2, there was duelling at the Eastern to Great Tuddenham, which is going on at the moment. I declare an interest. It's in my constituency, as is the duelling of the Brundall to Blowfield stretch of the A47. Labour come into power. What act do they take on the A47? They cancel all further improvements. Yes, I will give way.
As we're talking about the A47, which runs through my constituency, would the honourable gentleman also agree that the improvement of £200 million being spent on the Thickthorn Junction in our joint area is making a huge difference compared to the £50 million that were wasted by Norfolk County Council, run by the honourable gentleman's party, on a road that hasn't had an inch of tarmac laid?
I'm very grateful for that intervention. It does give me the opportunity to raise the proverbial eyebrow when the member for South Norfolk claimed credit for securing £200 million for the Thickthorn roundabout, when that has been in process for years, many years before the honourable gentleman was even elected. As for the £50 million he's talking about, I think it's the Western Link Road, which would be a huge improvement. It's, at the moment we have the M25 equivalent for Norwich, but it's missing one section of 3.9 miles. The Conservatives are squarely behind finishing that. I'm surprised to hear that Labour don't support the residents of Norwich in the similar way. Moving on to what Labour has done, they've cancelled the further improvements on the A47, particularly at the other end towards Peterborough. And it's just another example where East Anglia has been ignored by Labour. On buses, we've got the most popular form of public transport. It's the most important for areas of high deprivation. As a number of speakers have mentioned, it's particularly important for the poorer members of society, for the young, the elderly and disabled. The Conservatives recognise this because they recognise that price matters, and the last government introduced the £2 bus fare cap, and the manifesto commitment at the last election was to maintain the £2 bus fare cap throughout the course of this Parliament, because we recognise how popular it was, how useful it was in increasing bus ridership. And Labour came into power, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they had a choice. They had a choice. They could back passengers or they could back the unions. One of their first acts in government, one of their first shameful acts in government, was to give a 15% pay rise to ASLEF drivers, train drivers, who are already the best paid in Europe, and they paid for it by a 50% increase in bus fares for passengers around the country. And it speaks to a wider truth again, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when it comes to it, just in a moment, when it comes to it, Labour is the party of the unions and not of the people. And on that point, I will give way.
His predecessor, and I thank him for giving way, his predecessor, the last Conservative Rail Minister, Hugh Merriman, said this: "Whilst it's legitimate to debate the terms of the deal, the demonisation of train drivers and those on board and at stations who carry out a difficult and skilled job for the safety of passengers is completely unfair. These people work hard and should be shown more respect." Does he agree?
I have no problem with the unions making demands. After all, they're representing their interests of their members. What I complain about is the government giving way to them at the expense of the general public. On trains, we've got the cancelled projects as well. We've got the Midland Main Line electrification cancelled. It's left to layoffs and the loss of expertise. It's also causing problems for the procurement of new bi-mode trains because we have no longer any certainty as to whether or not the line will be electrified or not. At Dawlish, the Conservative government completed phases 1 to 4 of the improvements of the line in that area and the reinforcement. Phase 5 is all that remains. What has the government done? They've kicked it into the long grass. So that as was mentioned by the Honourable Member for Newton Abbot, so I give him credit for that. And then at Ely Junction, Again, back in East Anglia, Ely Junction and the Hawley Junction in Cambridgeshire and in Suffolk, the Honourable Member for South Norfolk highlighted the need for those projects to be advanced, and yet they've been ignored by this government. So I won't, because I'm running out of time. I've already given way to the Honourable Gentleman. So what's the big plan? Well, it's one of nationalisation for railways, and we've got to look at what the motive of the government is. What do they think it's going to do? Because it's not about unifying track and train, because that was already within the Shapps-Williams review. That was going to happen without nationalisation. Is it about reducing fares? Well, if so, it's backfiring, because in nationalised train companies, the fares are rising above inflation. Is it about increasing efficiency? One would hope so. But through their nationalisation process, they're actually decapitating the management teams that drive efficiency in the individual rail companies. Is it about increasing passenger numbers, Madam Deputy Speaker? Well, the inconvenient truth for Labour is that under privatisation, passenger ridership on the railway doubled, because the companies were incentivised to chase ridership. And it's driven by increased open access routes. And yet this government has opposed every single application for open access since the election. Is it to save money? Well, if it is, they're not doing a very good job about it, because South West Trains, one of the first to be nationalised since the election, they wasted £250 million in infrastructure overspend with the Roscoes due to government negotiating incompetence. The truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that they're doing it because it's an article of Labour faith in the big state, and it's also a key demand of the unions. How's it gone for them? Well, we've already heard. ASLEF have already got a 15% pay rise. The RMT, they're striking now. So what's going to happen? Because next time, when GBR is finished, that strike will be national. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is 1 year in. In this debate, we've heard of scheme after scheme that has been cancelled, but we've heard that prices are increased, and we've seen that money has been diverted from passengers to union pay. This has done nothing for regional inequality, save the spread of industrial action. That truly is spreading from London and engulfing the rest of the country. It's why passengers are so disappointed in Labour. They deserve better.
Minister Simon Lightwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome today's debate on regional transport inequality, and I thank the Honourable Member for Derby North for securing this time. Now, I have 10 minutes to address so many excellent contributions made this afternoon, so members must forgive my reluctance to entertain many interventions. But for decades, this country has faced a growing deficit of opportunity, fuelled by the poor connectivity which has come to define too many communities. I've experienced firsthand the frustration felt by millions of people every day. Growing up in the North East, I could wait hours for a bus that would never arrive. So I understand that the missed shifts, missed lessons and missed appointments all lead to missed opportunities for hard-working families. Poor transport has deepened divides, isolated communities and eroded quality of life, all while stifling growth, hindering productivity and deterring investment. In my own region, Leeds is one of the largest European cities without a mass transit system. We're shamefully behind the curve, with people and businesses suffering as a result. But it doesn't have to be this way. This government is turning the page on decades of decline, ending short-sighted, Whitehall-centric decision-making and unlocking talent, ambition and potential right across the country. We're seizing a once-in-a-generation opportunity to change the way things are done and building a stronger transport network that works for everyone, whoever they are and wherever they come from. National transport strategy will champion transport that's designed, built and run with people in mind, recognising that different places face different challenges and need different ways to solve them. The strategy will aim to make transport safer, more reliable and more accessible, helping everyone to feel more confident and able to use the network. We'll encourage housing, healthcare and other services to work with transport, primed to tackle regional inequality in all its forms. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that politicians in Westminster cannot fully grasp the reality of life in Warrington, Wolverhampton or Woking. That's why our Bus Services Bill puts power in the hands of local leaders, with the freedom to choose the approach which best serves their community. We recognise that a one-size-fits-all formula just won't work. So we're funding franchising pilots to better understand all the options on the table. The bill also calls time on the plague of violence against women and girls and antisocial behaviour. We're training and enforcement measures to help make journeys safer for everyone. We're backing these steps with landmark levels of investment. This year alone, £1 billion will help improve bus services and keep fares affordable. Extend, yes, the £3 bus fare, which will put more money in passengers' pockets, making bus travel a viable option for more communities, while improving access to jobs, education and healthcare where it is needed most. We're also giving city mayors £15.6 billion to support wider local transport projects, including mass transit in Leeds, a metro extension in the North East and so much more. And to ensure that our towns, villages and rural areas, particularly outside of London, are no longer left behind. We're not only committed to £2 billion to help them tackle their unique challenges, but just last week we confirmed an extra £104 million in resource funding for local authorities, ensuring they can better design, decide and deliver ambitious local transport projects.
I'm delighted at all the investment in cities with mayors. That's fantastic. But Dawlish, Devon, once again, left behind. Is that purely because we don't have a city mayor?
Minister.
As I just mentioned, we've committed £2 billion to help those outside of city areas. And last week, the £104 million for resource funding across the country, outside of city areas. Madam Deputy Speaker, although we're eager for local leaders to take the reins, there's still an important part, I believe, for central government in tackling transport inequality, particularly on our roads and railways. We're investing billions to fix historic gaps in the network, reconnecting long-forgotten areas and tackling regional disparities head-on, from major projects like the Transpennine route upgrade, East-West Rail and HS2, to improving motorways in Cumbria, Greater Manchester and the Midlands, of funding to maintain and improve the rural network. Our mission to address inequality sits at the heart of everything we do. We're also delivering, I'm going to make progress, we're also delivering new train stations in the South West and Yorkshire, creating brand new rail links across the Midlands and backing road schemes to better connect and grow communities. Not only will these measures improve people's everyday journeys, they'll also create jobs, power up growth and unlock new homes for families. Last week we announced that we're simplifying fares and expanding digital ticketing trials to make rail more accessible and affordable, with new digital trials now live in the East Midlands and launching later this month in Yorkshire. Passengers can sign up to take part and benefit from automatic best value fares, making rail travel simpler, smarter and more flexible. Madam Deputy Speaker, our commitment to investing in this issue is clear, but we're also working behind the scenes to ensure that every penny is well spent. We're reviewing the Green Book to give a fair hearing to all parts of the country, with plans to recruit 300 new planners into the public sector by 2026, supporting local authorities and implementing new planning policies to enhance housing supply, leveraging private investment to bolster public funding, and forging a faster, more efficient planning system. I'm pleased to see a strong contingent from members from the East Midlands here today, and I'm glad to see they recognise, like me, the importance of improving transport links to drive growth across the country and tackle regional inequalities. We recognise that transport spending has historically not been evenly distributed across the country. We're taking action to drive up prosperity and living standards across the UK, including addressing any imbalances where appropriate. And that's not just the case for the East Midlands. We're investing across the whole country, from enabling mass transit in West Yorkshire to reopening the Bristol and Portishead line in the South West. We're providing the East Midlands Combined County Authority with over £2 billion through the Transport City Regions Fund, with the East Midlands receiving over £450 million from the Local Transport Grant and Integrated Transport Block. I'm very pleased to see that Mayor Claire Ward intends to use some of that £2 billion of funding to progress the case for a permanent bridge at Darley Abbey. This means that the East Midlands will be receiving significantly more local transport spending per head than the England average in the coming years, £561 per person against an average of £398. We're investing in the region, including delivering improvements to the East Coast Main Line, progressing the A38 Derby Junction scheme, which will improve safety, reducing delays and support house building, and commitment, of course, to delivering the A46 Newark bypass subject to planning consent. I recognise the frustration honourable members and their constituents feel about the electrification of the Midland Main Line, but we've had to prioritise our funding on schemes that will make the greatest difference for passengers and economic growth as soon as possible. Further electrification of the Midland Main Line has been paused, but will be kept under review as part of our pipeline for future funding. The new trains, however, will increase seat capacity and will mark a step change in passenger experience. Honourable members have advocated passionately for other schemes in their local areas this afternoon. While I can't address every one of those schemes raised today, we will always need to prioritise funding that we have available. My officials will continue to work with their counterparts in local government and other stakeholders to better understand local needs and potential pipelines. Turning to specific contributions made in the debate, I have a lot to get through. I welcome the many contributions from across the House on issues from bus services and their constituencies. This government knows how important good, reliable and frequent bus services are to local communities, and that's why we're investing £1 billion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this year to support and improve services, giving local leaders more powers to improve services through the Bus Services Bill. While I welcome the Honourable Member for Fareham and Borden's contribution, he not only seems to have forgotten the 14 years in which his party had the opportunity to improve bus services in regional constituencies, but he also forgot to mention that his government has been given £26 million to the Conservative-controlled county councils that cover that constituency. However, in rural areas and places with poor public transport, driving isn't a luxury. It's a lifeline. DVSA continues to work hard to combat the unscrupulous practice of reselling tests across the country. In July, we announced over 50 new road and rail schemes, many of which will benefit honourable members who have spoken in this debate. This includes the Midlands Rail Hub, which we're backing with £123 million and which will create links to over 50 locations. In the Middlewich Road scheme, the A30 at Derby Junctions work will transform rail services across Manchester and new stations in the southwest. We are addressing underinvestment in Welsh rail infrastructure with £445 million funding package over 10 years to meet the long-term connectivity needs and help kickstart Welsh economic growth. Now, turning to the Shadow Minister's comments. So the previous government, I will admit, did allocate £27 billion for RIS2. They did allocate £27 billion. But this was actually revised down to £23 billion. So, with my calculations, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's actually, RIS3 represents a £3 billion increase compared to the funding for RIS2. So, bringing my remarks to a close, because Madam Deputy Speaker is growing impatient. I'm here today not just as the Minister for Local Transport, but as someone who knows what it's like to live in an underserved community, who stood in the rain waiting for buses that never arrive, who's seen firsthand the opportunities of poor connections. So I couldn't be more intent, Madam Deputy Speaker, to deliver real change where it's needed most. Our plan for English devolution will shift even more power away from Whitehall. Our industrial strategy will drive investment and growth in all regions, and our infrastructure strategy will boost living standards across the UK. This is an issue that transcends departmental silos. And since last July, we've worked tirelessly to restore confidence and certainty. We're looking after the pennies and the pounds to improve lives and livelihoods across Britain. Now we'll continue to tackle the shameful deficit of opportunity that plagues this country, and we'll continue delivering our plan for change until we get the job done.
Catherine Atkinson to wind up very briefly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Backbench Committee again for granting this debate. Can I thank my many colleagues who spoke so passionately and persuasively for better transport options for their regions, but also raised some fantastic examples of new investment. I think a number of contributions show how important transport equality is, and it's hugely heartening to hear the progress being made by this government, backed by actual funding. And can I thank the Minister for his response. When it comes to transport regional equality, some of us may sit behind the Minister and then echo my children's oft used refrain, are we nearly there yet? But now we have a government that has us driving in the right direction, on track to unlock the economic potential that is there across the whole country.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Can those who are leaving the chamber do so quickly and quietly, please, so we can move on to the second backbench debate of the afternoon. We now come to the backbench debate on suicide prevention. I call Lee Pitcher, who will speak for around 15 minutes. Lee Pitcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I begin, I want to share, for the benefit of anyone watching or anyone in this chamber who may ever need it, that help is available. You can access 24/7 crisis mental health support by calling NHS 111 and selecting option 2, or by calling the Samaritans, whose badge I proudly wear today, on 116 123. Now, I cannot thank the Backbench Business Committee enough for getting this debate in the main chamber today. Your recognition of just how important this is to be heard here is in itself hugely symbolic. Now, let me start on the worker who was on standby, who in the early hours of the morning was called to deal with the death of a man from suicide, found in the trees, alone on some open land. That worker who, having dealt with the immediate response, then reflected and thought about the true impact of managing that situation. He then fell to sleep for the rest of the week and never once slept well again when on his standby duties. To the family of John, a massive West Ham fan who loved Motorhead, the genius of Pink Floyd, whose mum found him that day and experienced that thing that no parent should ever have to endure. Their baby, who they once cradled, leaving this world before them. Now, that worker on standby, that cousin of John, that's me. We got that call about John as we prepared to go to another family member's funeral. That chilling call that no one ever wants to receive. John had decided he could no longer go on living with his demons and felt that the only way to gain peace was to end life himself. Right now, as we speak today, there are many other Johns out there making that similar choice. Like our John, they will be someone's son, someone's dad, someone's brother, someone's uncle, someone's cousin, friend, colleague. And we vowed as a family from that day on that the best thing that we could do in John's memory was to ensure that we helped show people a different path, so that dreaded call could never happen again to anyone else. So whether that be raising funds through marathons or maximising our use on social media to highlight support, or for me, securing this debate today, we're all doing everything that we can for John. While none of this can bring John back to his gorgeous sister, who's watching today in Australia, Jackie, or my auntie and uncle, there will be some comfort that his personal fight might prevent others' pain in the future. So today I use my privilege, Madam Deputy Speaker, in being elected to this place, to use my voice to try and make a difference. I've shared my story because I want everyone to remember how common these situations unfortunately are, how so many of us tragically will get that heartbreaking call about a family member, a friend or colleague at some stage in our lives. I'm also sharing this today because just by raising this subject in this place, we give suicide prevention a national platform where we can strive to share best practice and find new ways to take action to make a difference and save lives. Compared to other leading causes of death, suicide remains poorly understood. Stigma still clings to it, stigma that stops people reaching out, and stigma that isolates families left behind. And breaking that stigma requires us to talk openly and honestly in places like this chamber. Now, there are not many subjects, I'm sure you'll agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, where simply having a debate has the potential to save lives. But today we have that opportunity, and my hope is that colleagues will use it, the chance to shift perceptions, to push back stigma, and perhaps to be heard by someone who needs it. Every year, on the 10th of September, we mark World Suicide Prevention Day. It's a chance to remember those that we have lost, to stand with those who are struggling, and to commit to doing all we can to reduce the number of lives lost. This year's theme, set by the Samaritans is interrupting suicidal thoughts. And that is what we must do in this chamber. Interrupt the silence, interrupt the stigma, and push for change. Yeah. The statistics on this are stark. In 2023, 7,055 people across the UK lost their lives to suicide. It remains the leading cause of death for men under 50 and for men and women aged 20 to 34. And suicide amongst teenage girls and young women has nearly doubled in recent years. In Doncaster, where I live, suicide rates are above the national average, with 121 lives lost between 2021 and 2023. And in the same period in North Lincolnshire, where I have the Isle of Axholme, 41 lives were lost. Now, every life lost is a tragedy, but what those numbers don't show is the ripple effect. Every statistic represents a family, a network of friends, colleagues and acquaintances, all affected. Suicide may often happen alone, but it never happens in isolation. But suicide is not inevitable, it is preventable. And before I speak about some of the asks that I have of the Minister and the Government today, let me just touch on the importance of mental health and building resilience in early life. Mental health problems often start to develop in our teenage years, and even if they don't reach crisis point until much later in life, we need to do something. And that's why we can't leave these conversations until it's too late. We need to start talking to children about mental health from an early age. Now, this has to be done carefully and in an age-appropriate way. But just as we teach our children about eating well and staying active to look after their physical health, we should also be helping them to build resilience and well-being for their mental health. Whether that's mindfulness, learning how to manage stress, or knowing where to turn if they need help. And just as importantly, we need to teach young people again at an appropriate time that seeking help with suicidal thoughts is not a weakness, that it's not something they need to face alone. It's a medical issue and it needs medical intervention and support. There should be no more shame in reaching out for mental health support than there is in getting a prescription for insulin or picking up an inhaler. Because if we can make those lessons part of growing up, we can give the next generation a far stronger chance of living a healthy, hopeful life. That's why it's so important that this government is committed to putting a mental health professional in every school, helping to build that early resilience and understanding. And that help is already in place for nearly